Good evening and welcome to the October 24th, 2023 meeting of the Milton Select Board. Before we begin, please join us as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you for that. Item 3 is public comment. For public comment, we allow 21 minutes, 3 minutes per speaker, so up to 7 speakers or more if not everyone uses their 3-minute allotment. By statute and by case law, we have to try to confine that as much as possible so that everyone gets a fair chance throughout different meetings. So Mr. Milano will time the 21 minutes, and I will do my best to time the 3 minutes. Let me just get the stopwatch function here. Reset that. All right. We take public comment both in person and online through the hybrid portion of the meeting. Usually we go in person first. So why don't we see if there's anyone here for public comment in person? Don't see anyone. No? No? All right. And let's look to the online side of things to see if we have anyone. Well, we have a raised hand, it seems. Why don't we go forward with Deborah Felton? So we could promote Ms. Felton.
Who's promoted by?
Hello.
Hi, Deborah.
Deborah Felton, 20 Willoughby Road, town meeting member from Precinct 2. So I just wanted to make the board aware. It's something that I think that I've talked to the town administrator about, but I've been working on some projects in my neighborhood, and it would be great to have some follow-up from the select board or the town administrator's office. If some of you may be aware, if you come down, go into Boston this way, there is a light at the corner of Blue Hill Parkway and Willoughby Road that was put in by the MBTA. I'm assuming it was there under their jurisdiction because they moved a bus stop onto Blue Hills Parkway. Well, they put this in June, but it is not operative, and it's not operative because when they put it in, they did not identify an electrical source. So Chase, I've talked to Chase about it. Chase and I have both reached out to the MBTA. It's a very dangerous crossing. People get back and forth over the parkway, either to go to Tucker School or Discovery Schoolhouse or to go and walk to the Mattapan trolley. So I have been in touch with the MBTA. Supposedly they are putting, they're going to make those lights solar lights, but they're waiting. This has been going on since June. So I wanted you to be aware of that. Also, I've been working with DCR on the issues from the Blue Hills Parkway from Mattapan to Brook Road. When that piece was designed, and the lights were put in there, which was, I think, over 30 years ago, which is something I worked with the chief of police of Milton, the MDC, Joe McEtrick, when he was select board member, and now deceased Senator Joyce. There was a design there. There were beautiful plantings, and the plantings by some DCR people maybe 10 years ago were just erroneously pulled out. It was really beautiful. It's all weeds now. And also all the cobblestone is broken off from the islands. So I took a lot of photos. I've been in touch with the woman who's head of design and planning for DCR. And I'm hoping that a new design happened. She totally agreed with me that it was a mess. And so just taking some interest in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Felton. Thank you. All right. Do we have anyone else? I don't see, again, no one in person. Do we have anyone else online for citizen speak? I don't see any other hands raised as yet. Let's give it a minute. Going once. Oh,
Just having been on the other side, remote,
Yeah.
when you're speaking, you can't, like, your picture doesn't come up. You don't hear the 30-second.
we have to work on it. That
Yeah,
occurred to
I
me.
just let you
That's
know.
occurred to me,
Yeah.
and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's occurred to me that when I talk, nobody's listening. Now, that's not an uncommon occurrence, but this is here. There's a technical reason for it. In other venues, it's there are other reasons. But all right, I don't see anyone else with their hands raised for public comment. So we will move on to item 4, discussion approval letters of appreciation to Steel and Ryle and Navarra Abbey Park for donation to the staff lunch event. Mr. Milano, why don't we go first to you on this?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to take the opportunity to publicly thank both Vance Welsh and Dan Kerrigan from Steel and Ryan Novara Abbey Park for their contributions to an event we had here last week, or 2 weeks ago now, to just bring all the town of Milton staff together, grab lunch, hang out for a little bit. We did shut down Town Hall for a couple hours, so we appreciate everybody's patience while we did that. We'll follow up with letters of thanks to them from us and from the board, if that's acceptable to the board, and just wanted to give that chance to thank them publicly.
Thank you, Mr. Milano. Comments or questions from members? Ms. Musto.
Thank you. I had stopped by there. I think you might have as well, and I think Mr. Wells did as well. It was a really nice event, well received by the employees. All the different employees that I spoke to felt it was a great event, and really happy that we did that. So just wanted to reiterate that. It was great. Thank you.
Outstanding short ribs from wherever they came from. Outstanding. Any other comments or questions? So I don't know that we need, it says discussion approval. Does anyone disagree that we should have a?
I'll move to approve the letters of appreciation to Steel and Rye and Novara Abbey Park for their donations for the staff lunch event.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, this will be a roll call vote because we have hybrid members tonight. Ms. Musto,
Yes.
Mr. Zoll,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Wells,
Yes.
and Mr. Zulish, yes. Okay, item 5, discussion approval town meeting member communications. This is an item that I believe Mr. Zoll has been following through on. So I think maybe we can first go to Mr. Milano and then see where it goes. Mr. Milano.
Sure, thank you. So the town moderator, Mr. Hiss, and town clerk Susan Galvin and I have met a couple of times to talk about different models to kind of provide an opportunity for communications with and between sometimes town meeting members. Broadly, there are 3 different kinds of ways this is set up. In some cases, there are town meeting member associations where town meeting members themselves take it upon to manage a listserv, Brookline and Lexington being 2 examples of that. There's also a version where there might be social media being utilized in order to allow for communication between and to town meeting members. And then another community does do it by precincts where the members themselves organize themselves by precincts and share information publicly so that folks can get in touch with them. Another version is something like what the town of Needham does, where they offer, they host on their website a form where people can submit a message to town meeting members by precinct through a form. So in that case, we're not necessarily publicly releasing town meeting member emails. However, members of the public can get in touch with them through that way, and then the town meeting member may, if they would like to, respond directly to that, information, request, question, etc. Speaking with both of them, they're certainly open to being part of setting up something similar to what Needham does. We would want to iron out a few kinks in terms of clearly communicating that we're really just facilitating. We're not going to be moderating content. We're not going to be reviewing things that go through there. We want to get a little bit of clarification on whether those communications would be public records. I believe they would be, and then if that's the case, make sure folks are aware that that would remain a public record, and then we would want to set up a system by which we can retain those and have those for future potential public records requests. And then just a little bit more operationally in terms of whether we would want to let attachments through or not, in terms of trying to mitigate potential issues that could arise. But at the end of the day, treat it like elected officials' emails who we have on the town website. Send out a message to town meeting members that if they want to and sign up, just like Needham does, that there's they can follow a procedure to get listed on there. And I think that's the broad overview. So over the next couple of weeks, we'll try to pull this together, iron out a couple of these remaining questions, and be able to roll it out. And happy to take any questions or.
Comments or questions, Mr. Zoll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Nick, thank you so much for leading the conversations with the town moderator and the town clerk. I appreciate the number of different models that are out there, and I think some of those models are reflective of the resources that are available to the town, and some of them are just reflective of the town's willingness to embrace communications like this. I'm a strong believer that in the town meeting form of government, which is a representative style of government that we have, as we have representative town meeting, that anyone who's elected to office, whether it's on the select board or on the town meeting, should be open and able to receive communications. I know that for the past 400 years, the method of the postal service has been available. Now, if you wanted to write to 30 members of your, if you lived in a precinct that had 30 town meeting members about an issue by post, if you figure $1 per letter with postage, envelope, paper, you're talking about $30 cost, which is prohibitive for residents to get in touch with their representatives. So I think this is great. My strong suggestion would be that we have a opt-out model and not an opt-in model, that town meeting members are, they get informed that they're going to be opted into this, but they can of course choose to opt out. And that we would have a list online that was available of the members who were opted out, so that if folks really wanted to reach everyone, they could know who they needed to send snail mail. I know that's not that's the term, and know who they could send an email to. But again, I'm really grateful for you, for the town clerk, and for the town moderator for considering this and moving forward on it. I was hoping we would have something in place by the December 4th town meeting. And so I guess if I have a question, that would be the question, is whether or not it's possible to get something in place by then or not.
I think it's possible, and we're working towards that. We plan to regroup on it once we have a few more answers to some of the kind of logistical pieces, and hopefully we can. I don't think it's a heavy lift in terms of technology. Just iron out some of the pieces here is what remains in terms of work left.
Great, and just a quick follow-up, just knowing how we really do want to hear from town residents. We've heard from many of them around the MBTA Communities Act in particular, which is on December 4th town meeting. I think it would behoove us to try to have something in place by then so that folks could reach their town meeting members if possible. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Other comments or questions? Ms. Musto.
Thank you. Thanks for the update, Nick. The only a couple of concerns I would have would be just really one. I actually would prefer an opt-in versus an opt-out. I think sometimes people, it gives people more of a choice that you can choose to do it or not. A lot of people have multiple email addresses. Some people use their email more than others. We have all different age people that are in town meeting. Some people might not want to give their personal email address for whatever reason. And if they're opting in, it gives them the option to opt in versus opt out. Sometimes people miss that, when we've done different things with the opt-in, the opt-out, the feedback I've gotten from some people is they didn't realize they were already in a particular thing. So I think it's a good idea to do something like this, but I actually would prefer an opt-in versus an opt-out. That would be my only comment. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? So it seems to me we could weigh in as a board on whether we think it should be an opt-in or an opt-out, or we could take the recommendation from this group Or they could come up with two recommendations, one is with an opt-in and one with an opt-out, and then we can decide it at that point. Is that
I think it would be good to
acceptable way
take
to go?
their, and then I would also encourage any town meeting members who are watching, or really any citizens who are interested in this, they could also weigh in by emailing us at our publicly listed email addresses and let us know what they think.
All right, so why don't we tee this up, maybe perhaps for the 14th, we'll be able to tee this up with a additional feedback from the moderator and the clerk and yourself, Mr. Morale.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Musto.
Just a quick follow-up. If it is an opt-out, the only question I would have is really for town council and privacy issues. Because, everybody can, I agree that the email is definitely quicker, but not everybody looks at email. And you have, for people that don't want to do it, it would be releasing their information, right?
It's not, though, per Nick, it's not releasing their information.
It would be.
The emails are masked. So you fill out a form online. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be answering questions.
Well, yeah, but yeah.
Am I wrong?
So maybe
why
we
don't-
can work out the particulars and talk about what the different options would be.
Right.
That's all.
You're an
Yeah,
answer.
I think the idea. Yes, I think the idea is not to publish the emails, and I think it's to create a form by which we wouldn't have to publish the emails. I think that's the plan. Ms. Bradley. Oh, is that okay?
Sure.
Ms. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that currently the town clerk does communicate via email to all town meeting members as is. So I don't think that having a system that's an opt-out would be any barrier, since we currently get all kinds of communications through the clerk's office, through our emails that we supplied to her when we became town meeting members.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Mr. Zoll, and then Ms. Musto. Mr.
Yeah,
Zoll.
and I just want to emphasize too, the model, I think it's I call it the Needham model of the online form. You would drag down, I would imagine, say you're a precinct 4 resident, and then you fill in your email and hit send, and then anybody who's a precinct 4, who is your representative on town meeting, they would get your emails, but you wouldn't see their email addresses. If they chose to respond to you and say, thank you so much for writing, then they would see your email address. But if you don't respond, then they don't have that access.
Ms. Musto.
I just, so my point would be, I'm glad that was cleared up, because that was my concern, is that we're releasing people's personal emails that they might not want for everybody. But if there's a way to reach them on this particular way of doing it, that's different. So thank you.
I think that's the plan going forward. So, any other comments or questions? Mr. Zoll.
Yeah, sorry. If we do move forward with the November 14th presentation, it'd be great if we were able to quickly thereafter put whatever it is into place, if the select board approves such a measure, so that folks would have ample time to reach out to their town meeting members in advance of the December 4th town meeting.
Okay, very good.
And again, many thanks for leading these conversations.
Other comments or questions? Thank you for that. Item 6, discussion approval, school building committee recommendation for an owner's project manager. And I believe we have Mr. O'Rourke here, so if we could promote Mr. O'Rourke.
It's coming in now.
Mr. O'Rourke, we can see you, and I believe we can hear you, so.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that. The 10-second delay always throws things off a little bit. If I may, I'd just like to share my screen for a really brief presentation.
I think
You should be able to,
you have
Sean.
that capability now.
Yep. And just let me know when it comes through.
We can see it.
Okay. So the school building committee has met for the past couple of weeks and months to work through onboarding an owner's project manager. Just a brief overview of our timeline. In early September, we issued a request for services. About 61 firms downloaded the paperwork and the information we provided. We had a follow-on site visit about 2 weeks later. in which about 15 owners project managers attended that. And then a couple weeks later, essentially at the end of the month, we had 7 OPMs that responded to the RFS. Since then, we created a subcommittee, developed a short list of candidates or firms. And then last Monday on the 16th, we interviewed those 3 firms and basically made our recommendation, which we're ready to present tonight in anticipation of a vote. Based on that anticipation, we hope to have a owner's project manager under contract by early November, kind of leading into the fall town meeting. One thing to note too is our MSBA decision is coming, and it'll be coming after the town meeting. So for the 7 firms that we shortlisted it down, they're shown here. The 7 firms that responded are shown here. We shortlisted it down to 3. Consisted of Left Field, PMA Consulting, and Vertex. Essentially, the entire school building committee conducted interviews, like I said, last Monday. Based on those interviews in person, we chose PMA Consulting. The one thing that stood out is the project manager and the assistant project manager are both Milton residents. The project manager, Sean Burke, shown here, actually had a daughter in the Cunningham Library room for, I think it was last year that she was there. So it was, nice to have somebody who's invested not only in the town, but in the school system. So, with that, we've onboarded our OPM. Our next goal is to onboard an architect. And then, as Mark, I know, presented previously, make the decision once we know what MSBA chooses, whether to accept us or not. If they don't accept us, put this along with the funding article that was approved at the last meeting, kind of puts us on track to develop a full feasibility study and conceptual design. And with that, I'll open up if there's any questions.
Comments or questions? Mr. Zoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sean, thank you for your presentation as always. Appreciate your work very much in leading this effort. Just a quick question on SBA. I'm wondering, my understanding was that there wasn't much hope, but maybe there's more resources now available through that process than there were previously. Do you know anything about that? Could you fill us in?
Yeah, so just be clear, it's MSBA. The
MSBA,
is
sorry.
Small building, so Mass School Building Authority. Sorry about that. Yeah, my understanding from the MSBA is their previous funding was about $900 million. This year, I think it's increased to about 1.2 to 1.3 million. So based on that, they might be able to cast a wider net, which I'm hoping is better for the town. So that more available funding. And where we're at right now is, we've got a project, we've got a site, so we're ready to go.
Can I ask a quick follow-up?
Mr. Zoll.
And Sean, could you let us know what would MSBA funding look like for the town in terms of an anticipated dollar amount, if we were able to get it? And I understand
it's tough. So we've got an estimated construction cost somewhere around 80 million. The percentage that MSBA, we've got a rough percentage that they were allocating in previous years, which is a little over 40%. However, that 40% is for eligible construction costs. So what we've seen before is that 40% gets diluted as you do an overall construction projects for things that are non-reimbursable. So if we call it, for easy numbers, call it a third, right? 33%. So if you have an $80 million construction budget, or if there's 80 million of eligible cost, then it would be 24 million roughly.
24 million available in funding, that is?
Oh, for MSBA?
Yes.
Yeah, their available funding, like I was mentioning, increased from 900 million to 1.2 to 1.3 billion.
Sorry, I meant 24 million would be available to Milton if we were approved for funding.
Yeah, it's a percentage of eligible costs. So it'll be somewhere in the order of $20 million.
Thank you, Mr. O'Rourke, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other comments or questions? Seeing none. So this is not to approve a contract. If we approve the PMA consultants as the owner's project manager, then that will begin a process of trying to get a contract with them. So there's no funding allocation here. This is just whether to accept the school building committee's recommendation that these should be, or the PMA consultant should be the owner's project manager, and that the town administrator should commence to discuss a contract with them. And that would come to us ultimately for approval or not. So that's where we are.
Okay, so I'll move to approve the PMA consultants as the owner's project manager for the new school project, recommended by the school building committee.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto,
Yes.
Mr. Zoll,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley. Ms. Bradley? All right, let's go to Mr. Wells.
Yes.
One more try on Ms. Bradley.
Yes.
And Mr. Zulish, yes. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Once again. Item 7, discussion update Lower Guile Field Turf Project. Mr. Milano, who is here on that?
I'll just provide an update on some of where things are, Mr. Chair. This project has been before Conservation Commission for several months now. Concom had requested that some additional consulting engineering work be done to assess potential PFAS contamination and water runoff issues of installing a turf field in place of the grass field at Lower Guile. Tetra Tech was the outside consultant hired by Concom, paid for by the Parks Department, and their report, which I shared with the board, does describe their professional opinion, engineering opinion, that there would not be an increase in contamination. This report was discussed at the October 10th meeting of the Conservation Commission. Concom did move to continue the discussion to their next meeting on November 14th. The chair, John Kiernan, noted that they hope that they will conclude with a vote that evening, but this has been quite some time in front of Conservation to go through the various approvals required for this project to move forward. That town meeting authorized more than 18 months ago now at this point, but that's where things stand now. If there's any questions, I'm happy to address them, and if not, get that information for you if I can't answer them.
Comments or questions? Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick follow-up. As you know, this is a capital project. It took us 5 years on the capital committee to move this project to reality. I believe it's a 2021 town meeting approval. It's the largest capital project ever approved in many years for the park commissioners. They had done the same work already. They did a ton of research between, possibly putting a real grass field there in the beginning, and it was just not feasible, which is what brought them to the turf project. But they have been, I can't tell you how many coaches, parents of so many different leagues, from soccer, football, the athletic directors, the former superintendents, Mary Gormley came before us. So many that were advocating for this. This has been dragging and dragging and dragging now that it's time to move this project forward, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Mr. Zoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo what Mr. Wells just said about the time process here, the strong need for this turf field. And then, one of the findings that I found probably most remarkable in that report was that the runoff from this field is actually probably going to be cleaner than runoff from anywhere else in Milton, because, and this was specifically related to the PFAS concern, that there will be actually less PFAS in the runoff from this field than there will be from any other part of town, because of the absolute lack of PFAS in on the turf. And so I think, we've heard and responded to multiple times concerns about this turf field. But the short answer that every parent who has a kid that's playing sports knows is that we need this turf field done now. And so anything that we can do to move this forward as quickly as possible, we should be doing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other comments or questions? All right, nothing on for approval on that. We will wait for the Concom on November 14th to see if this moves forward, but certainly there's a lot of strong endorsement among members on this board for that. Item 8, discussion, update, approval, special town meeting, December 4th, 2023. Item 8A is a reopen of the warrant. We have an update on this. We had included this on the agenda as a courtesy to the planning board. Planning board provided us with a draft article last Friday, but I have received an email this evening as of about 6:08 from Meredith Hall, the chair of the planning board. Good evening. The planning board met this evening and has decided to withdraw their article. So we don't have an article to consider for reopening the warrant. So we don't have item 8A or 8B. The warrant is what the warrant is, according to that. I don't know if we can have comments or questions on item 8A, item 8A and 8B, but we don't really have any purpose. We have no agenda item to reopen the warrant, given that planning board article has been withdrawn. So, any objection to moving to item 9?
Nope.
No objection.
objection.
We'll move on to item 9, which is discussion, update, approval, special town meeting warrant articles and the select board recommendations to be included in the warrant. I will tee this off on a couple of notes. One is in the agenda item we included select board recommendations. Now the select board oftentimes takes a position on warrant articles. We haven't in the past, and it's not been the practice of this town to include the recommendations of the select board in the warrant itself. Some towns, we understand from Mr. Milano, do that. Now, it seems to me we could consider doing that, but it probably should take a review of our bylaws to make sure that it's not inconsistent with our bylaws. So I would recommend not moving forward in that. We can think about it perhaps for the spring. And see what we think about it. But unless there's any objection, I would say let's look at our bylaws to make sure if we want to move forward with having a recommendation from the select board, as other towns do. Let's look at our bylaws to make sure it's consistent with that. Any objection to that?
No objection.
No objection. All right. So now, with respect to the warrant articles, as I said, we have voted to include these articles on the warrant. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 articles. We can, at any time now or at town meeting, vote to support or not to support these articles. So that is available to the members at any time to take a vote on that. Let me first say, with respect to item 9A, which is the zoning bylaw amendment for compliance with the MBTA Communities Act, the multifamily zoning as of right. Let me say under this agenda item, we had submitted a letter to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities dated September 22nd. In that letter, we pointed out the inconsistency, at least in our view, between the guidelines and the definitions in the guidelines and the appendix, and whether Milton was included in the definitions as a rapid transit, in the rapid transit category. We have received a response dated October 23rd from the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. Broadly speaking, the letter points out that our letter argues that Milton does not belong in the rapid transit category. And then the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities then goes on to confirm that Milton belongs in the rapid transit category, and they cite several reasons for this in the letter. One bullet point, the third bullet point, states rather astoundingly that despite several pieces of evidence to the contrary, the Mattapan high-speed line is a part of the red line, but that's their position. But they also state several other several other reasons why EOHLC, Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, has concluded that Milton is a rapid transit community. So that is the latest from them on that. And then we also have, I believe, some updates to the article, and we can go to Mr. Zawinski and or Mr. Milano for that. Let me first say on this agenda item, and we can put this letter on an agenda item and talk about it in a more fulsome way at a future meeting. But does anyone have any? I know we just received it, but I wanted to get it out there. But does anyone have any comments on that? Mr. Zoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will make my comments very brief about this. As I said at the time when we were putting the article or the letter together, that I was not in favor of the letter because I felt like we were arguing a lost cause. And I also worried about what the continued recalcitrance of Milton to obey the law would do to our reputation as a town. A concern that I think was borne out very clearly in the Boston Globe very recently, and I know we'll be talking about that later, so I won't go into detail about it. But I also, it occurs to me, and it occurred to me when we were talking about the funds that are potential. I'm so sorry. Let me just go say that quickly again. So I had expressed my concerns about the letter when we put it together. I felt like we were arguing a point that was, one, I didn't think was a fair point, and two, I think it had already been decided. And three, I worried about the reputational damage that this would do to Milton if we continued to try to avoid our responsibilities under the law. And I think that concern was borne out when we, in the Boston Globe, in glaring fashion very recently. And I know we'll talk more about that later. But specifically related to the presentation that we just heard from Mr. O'Rourke about potentially $24 million, and I know it's not a done deal, but $24 million of state funding that could potentially be available for our schools. And I wonder what our continued defiance of Commonwealth law would do to our opportunities to have access to those funds. So I know that we like to throw around very small numbers when we talk about the costs of non-compliance, but I think that and I have continued to make the case, and I will continue to make the case, that the costs for non-compliance are so severe and so steep, and the cost for continuing to pursue a legal challenge, which General Counsel and others have advised us will not come to fruition, is, I think, a disservice to the town. And I think that we'll hear from Mr. Zawinski in a minute about the latest updates to this proposal. But I just want to say that I am really optimistic about what passage of the MBTA Communities article will do for our town. I think it's going to increase our tax base. I think it's going to demonstrate to the Commonwealth that we are a welcoming community, that we are committed to finding different kinds of housing, not just for folks from outside Milton, but for folks inside Milton. And I think we must continue to vigorously pursue our passing of this article. I think it's absolutely critical both to the future of our town as well as to the reputation of our town. Thank you.
All right. Other comments or questions on the letter? Ms. Musto.
Thank you. Couple of things I would say. One is the Boston Globe article. We can debate that in a little bit, but I would say that I was one of the people that felt that we should be pursuing, looking to see about the reclassification based on a lot of fact. I'm wondering, did we ever, this is one of the biggest initiatives the town has undertaken in a long time. So my question is, I know that the planning board, I believe, sent a letter asking for more time so that we could work on getting it right. And so my question is, did we ever do that? I don't believe that the select board sent a letter asking for more time to make sure that, we're getting everything right. So is that something, I don't know if it's out of scope for what we're talking about, but, it is some, I just want to say, I think it's,
If
should be on
you
the
wish,
table.
if you wish, we can put it on the agenda for the next meeting. I think to actually take that kind of action would be out of scope.
Okay.
For the agenda. But go ahead.
I would say, everybody, I don't think there's anybody that's saying that we shouldn't do our part. I don't think there's anybody here at this table anyway saying that. This is a huge initiative, and I think, it almost feels like we're trying to put puzzle pieces here and then move them around and put it here just to make numbers work. And I think we really need to understand the whole impact of some of this and some of these decisions. I know there's a lot of talk about, the guidelines and, the law. There's a lot of talk about the law. And I did listen to part of the warrant committee meeting last night about that. And there was a lot of discussion about that. So I don't really want to get into it too much here, but I think that there are some gray areas here. Even our town attorney admitted that guidelines don't have the same force as regulations. However, he did state that a few cases where courts have decided with the agency that's doing these regulations, and the cases that he described, one was a 40B and one was a housing authority. This is a brand new law, and so we don't really know what the impact of that would be on a brand new law. So I think we're trying to second guess, and I think we're trying to rush something that if we really want to do the right thing and do right by the town, that there was no harm in asking for reclassification based on what it is, and there's no harm in trying to do the best we can do with this. And if that means we need a little more time to do it right, I think then that's something we really should consider. Thank you.
Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I had that little delay there to unmute. Look, I'll try to be brief. I've heard all your comments. I do support the letter that you wrote that was written and submitted by Mr. Zulus on behalf of the board. There is, and I've made a point now, I've been writing that trolley since I was a kid, and I made a point now writing it every week for the past 6 weeks. There's a huge difference between a presidential trolley car from the 1800s or the turn of the century and a brand new LRV on the Green Line. A couple of points that are also mentioned is, I believe they made reference to the Silver Line. The Silver Line is only if I'm correct, only operates in the confines of the city of Boston, which is not subject to the MBTA Communities Act. The other 2 points I want to make with regard to a welcoming community, I've been here for a long time, and this community has changed a great deal, and I think that I look no further than the event that we attended at the synagogue last week in response to the request of the Temple's community and the rabbi. This is always a very welcoming community. It's a much different, it's a very diverse community. Arguing this, given the pitfalls that could be there, I think is worth it. I spent 2 hours last week with Cheryl Guys, who's a very bright woman who really did a great job kind of walking me through this, and I see how the planning board, where they're going and how they're finding where the housing could go, because as we know, anything that we do add here is going to increase our traffic, and that is a big issue in this town. The last thing I do want to say to you is that regard to the grant funding, that's the one I worry about the least. The majority of the MassWorks grants that have come to this town since its inception have gone to state projects, that being DCR and MassDOT projects, not Town of Milton projects. So that part of it, I'm as far as the money aspect of it, I care more about the quality of life in the community going forward, and that when we do this, when this is done, that it be done correctly and that will be placed in the same category. So that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. And let me just say, this board has taken no action with respect to non-compliance. In fact,
I agree.
the actions of this
Absolutely.
board have been the opposite. This board has voted for compliance. And I would say that the letter that we sent on September 22nd was not inconsistent with that at all. That letter simply pointed out that there was, at least in our view, an inconsistency between the appendix and the definition, and we wanted clarity on that. There was no suggestion of noncompliance. There was no suggestion of more time. There was just a suggestion that we needed clarity on that. And I think that was well taken, and we now have clarity from the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. So, Mr. Wells, do you have something further on this, on the letter
I
itself?
do.
Oh,
I
yeah.
do, Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead, yeah.
I just wanted to
Please.
follow up that, I just wanted to follow up.
Yeah,
I thought
please
I
go
was
ahead.
muted
Please,
again.
yeah, please
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to follow up and say, that our state, if you speak to Senator Timilty, Representative Fukuoka, or Representative Jones, they're having the same questions. Because when they voted on this law, there were no guidelines. They were voting what, the guidelines that came out became a surprise to all of us. And they asked the same questions we do, the same exact questions. So I don't think it's wrong of us to question when our community, which has a 100-plus-year-old trolley line, is being categorized as a high-speed line. And for the record, the last part I want to mention, I believe that trolley line is actually part of the green line and not the red line, if you look into the history of it. But that's I just wanted to add that part. So
right.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. So we're still on item 9A, and I believe we have updates to our amendment, our article rather. So we'll go to maybe Mr. Zawinski and Mr. Milano, or?
Sure, I'll have him take it from there. I did want to note that if for anybody looking for the letter, the planning department has posted it on the MBTA community's main landing page. So if you wanted to read it, it's there, both the select board's letter as well as HLC's response that was received yesterday. Tim, you can, if you want to run through the changes that is in front of the select board tonight, that'd be great.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, members of the Select Board, for having me. Tim Zerwinski, Director of Planning and Community Development. Just real quick before I get cracking on this, the question of the Silver Line, and this is actually something that's come up multiple times today from people who read that letter. I think what HLC is referencing there is, I forget the number of it, but there is a spur of the Silver Line that goes through East Boston, across the Chelsea Creek into City of Chelsea in a fixed busway. And that's actually what makes Chelsea a rapid transit community as opposed to a commuter rail community, is that, HLC considers that portion of the Silver Line to be rapid transit. So just to sort of clarify that for all the folks watching at home. So I believe that the select board in late September had approved a sort of second revision of the article that I had helped draft. There have been a few revisions to that article in the intervening period, again, based on feedback from our consultants that incorporated discussions from the planning board. Again, stipulating that none of these changes are necessarily approved by the planning board, but they are based on discussions, proposals, suggestions, and kind of feedback that the planning board members have given to our technical assistant consultants. And without going down the red line, the red line edits, not the red line train tracks, of those changes, I'll just give a broad overview of what's different. The main skeleton of the article is exactly the same, but we did have a discussion with town council, and we did have a discussion with an attorney from the Attorney General's Municipal Law Unit, very graciously offered to take a look at our draft and offer some comments in advance of town meeting. We're very appreciative of the Attorney General's office for that. And they had a little bit of feedback. Number one is a reference at the top of the main article to amend not just the zoning bylaw, which is the zoning language, but also the zoning map. You can do this sort of thing two ways. You can do a separate article that amends the map. You can do it in one article. Our language already made reference to a zoning boundary map. So we thought, let's just sort of get this done at the very top. So the zoning map will be amended, reflecting the diagrams that have been provided, hopefully by Mr. Milano earlier today. There are a couple items that the Attorney General's Municipal Law Unit offered some advice to clarify. One of them is we had previously in our parking requirements sections, and if you've read the bylaw, each sub-district has its own set of dimensional and parking requirements. And so this change kind of is made throughout for the ones that allow for mixed use, is basically changing the parking requirement language, which I think used to say something like simply mixed use component, to refer to non-residential component, just so that there's no kind of question that there is a separate parking requirement for the multifamily component, which is residential, and the non-residential component, which, according to our proposal for uses, doesn't necessarily need to be commercial. There can be civic community uses on the ground floor in a mixed-use project. So we changed that to say non-residential component throughout. Very simple change, doesn't change the meaning of anything, just makes everything more clear. There is a clarification in the separate mandatory mixed-use amendment that we're considering, that projects are required to have a multifamily component and a ground floor non-residential component. And again, this is a little bit belt and suspenders because mixed use is already sort of defined as having multifamily and some other component. But the Attorney General's office just felt like, look, spell out that you want the residential to be multifamily, spell out that you want the non-residential to be, whatever it is, so that there's no question of, say a project coming in with 1 or 2 residential units and ground floor commercial, which would be mixed use, but wouldn't be multifamily because it's less than 3 units. So probably not a very strong chance of that happening, given the dimensional parameters we have. But again, just to be careful and be safe that we're not going to get something that we're not interested in getting. The bulk of the edits that are in this language were proposed by Cheryl Tagayas at the Planning Board, really to try to beef up the development standards and the site plan approval procedures that were in the state's model bylaw. The original draft really took the state's model bylaw in this regard. All of the dimensional stuff about our sub-districts was kind of plugged in from discussions that we've been having for months. But I think a lot of the site plan approval and development standards were kind of stock language from the state's bylaw, if only because we haven't really had much discussion of those at the planning board. And so I was kind of hesitant to kind of start inventing things on my own. Cheryl has taken it upon herself to do a lot of work in this regard. And the planning board has discussed a lot of her edits. These are things about, development standards. What do these buildings look like? What are we expecting in terms of materials? What are we expecting in terms of the landscape design of parking areas? There's a good amount of these changes. I think all of them serve to do something that the dimensional standards have not. We've talked from the very beginning about using the dimensional standards to try to kind of shape these projects. What these edits to the site plan approval and development standard sections do is give the planning board, through their site plan approval powers, more conditions that they can start to use to shape some of these projects. So I think all of that is generally good stuff that will help the planning board and the town kind of get the types of projects that we're looking for. One thing that I think is actually significant and very positive is making a change from parking minimum requirements to parking maximum requirements. There's been a significant amount of discussion both at the planning board and in our public forums about this is meant to be transit-oriented development, but what happens if people own a lot of cars? And so there's a lot of things that are not related to land use, about parking policy in town. There's no overnight parking. How do we enforce that? But one way that you can start to ensure that you're not going to see more parking than you anticipate is to set parking maximums as opposed to parking minimums. So in, for instance, the LH Street corridor, we had set a minimum of 1 parking space per residential unit. That means that if you've got a big enough lot or you think that there's demand for it, you could conceivably do 2 spaces per unit as a developer. The minimum is the floor and the maximum is, obviously the sky's not the limit, for a 3-unit house, but you could potentially do more than 1. What the maximum does is says, we want to see 1 parking space per unit max. And if in your mind you are creating units that you're going to market to people that are, work from home or that are going to be using transit, maybe you could do less. We think 1 per unit in the town of Milton is a good ratio. A lot of these projects are going to be transit oriented, but we're farther away from the city than the South End or Jamaica Plain, and so there's a possibility that people will want to own a car. But also, we don't want to see our neighborhoods overrun with additional cars, and providing parking is the number one way to bring cars into the neighborhood. So I think it's a positive change. The planning board, again, without sort of putting their formal endorsement on any of this stuff, this is an idea that originated with them. Those changes are also carried over into the mandatory mixed use. So the Milton Station district kind of, has that in both versions of the bylaw. And then we made some dimensional standard changes in the Blue Hills Parkway corridor just to match the modeling that we've been doing. We've always been talking about the Blue Hills Parkway corridor as having a little bit more flexibility for additional units on some of the larger parcels. The language now reflects that. And then the final thing that we've done is, and this may have been in a previous version, I forget, but we've been talking about it a little bit, is including a floor area ratio dimensional parameter. Just to be very clear, floor area ratio is just a calculation of how much building area you're allowed relative to the size of your lot. It's one more dimensional control in addition to height, setbacks, maximum number of units. Again, just another tool for zoning to use to kind of shape these projects and make sure that we're not getting something that's out of scale and out of character with the existing character of our neighborhoods. The last changes that we're going to be talking about are changes to the map. Two, what I think are very minor changes that Nick should have sent along to you all, and I'll just kind of show you very quickly if I can share my screen. Very small changes. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Perhaps even imperceptible to the human eye. Even for someone that's been doing this as long as I have, you wouldn't want to kind of use this and try to figure out where the change was. But we had gotten some recommendation from the planning board relative to the U.S. Post Office and the Milton Arts Center property in the East Milton district. These are both historic properties. These are, character-defining properties in the East Milton district. I think a lot of people, when they think East Milton, they think of these really sort of handsome historic buildings. There's a notion here that, we want to protect our historic buildings as much as we can. We can't protect them all. We don't have the capabilities for that, and we have to zone in certain places. But we felt that in this regard, because these are both publicly owned properties, these are actually not contributing to our unit capacity. So taking these out of the district actually doesn't have any effect on our overall density. It doesn't have any effect on our unit capacity. It doesn't have any effect on anything really. The district is large enough. Our overall district is large enough. And, even though it's not very likely that the U.S. Post Office would decide to demolish their facility and build something brand new, ditto for the town of Milton with the Milton Arts Center, former East Milton Library property. This is, again, a kind of just, our commitment to protecting historic properties, when we're able to, without any kind of detrimental effect on the overall rezoning project. So that's one change you see to the map. And then the final change to the map is, and this is just a sort of a belt and suspenders approach to making sure that each of our sub-districts is compliant. When we talk about the Mattapan Station sub-district, we're talking about Unkwitty House. We're not talking about, new projects, new multifamily developments on these single-family parcels. These single-family parcels are included in the district to get us to a minimum size for the sub-district. The dimensional parameters that we have actually make it impossible to develop here unless you were to agglomerate all of these parcels, which again, the likelihood of that in any kind of real estate market now or in the future is nearly impossible. But we do need to have a sub-district that's at least 5 acres. This one is currently clocking in at 4.9. The interpretation of the guidelines that our technical assistance consultants have had is that, yes, it's technically below 5 acres, but also it's contiguous with a number of other sub-districts that far exceed 5 acres. And so, their opinion was that we would be in the clear. I wasn't so sure of that. And given that we were so close, between 4.9 acres and 5 acres, I asked them to sort of provide a new map that just adds enough additional acreage or fraction of an acreage to this sub-district that we get to 5 acres. The state will not be able to look at this and say, your district is less than 5 acres, you've got to go back and change it. And again, because we've set the minimum lot size requirements and sort of the dimensional requirements in this sub-district at a level that really will only apply to the large parcel, there's no, especially for these 2 little guys that were added to this district, there's no possibility for those to be redeveloped under the zoning for the Mattapan Station district. It really is just a play to increase the overall acreage of the sub-district. And so those are changes to the map, those are changes to the language. Again, all of this kind of based on, conversations that we've been having both at the planning board with our technical assistant consultants, feedback from the public, et cetera, et cetera. So that's all I've got. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Zerwinski, and thank you for the use of the word agglomerate. Comments or questions on items 9A and 9B from Mr. Zerwinski? The updates to those articles. See, Mr. Zoll.
Just a quick question for you, Tim, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Tim, for all of your work in putting this together with a scalpel, and we'll probably owe you a pair of reading glasses when this is all said and done. So just on the Unquity House sub-district, the Mattapan Station sub-district, the 2 properties that were added, those could still be redeveloped, but not at a bigger level, right? Those would be more of the single property redevelopments, like with a 3 unit, or no? And you're muted.
So by putting them in the Mattapan Station sub-district and you're taking them out of the Elliott Street sub-district and putting them into the Mattapan Station sub-district. So there are entirely different dimensional parameters there. So those would not be. I can try to bring up. Just looking at these parcels right now, I think that they're undersized parcels. I don't think they're 7,500 square foot parcels. So even if they were in the Elliott Street district, they would also not be eligible for redevelopment because they're too small.
Got it. So
it's kind of a freebie in that respect. In that you're taking ineligible parcels from one sub-district and just swapping them to another, just for the sake of kind of overall area purposes.
Thank you, and I appreciate adhering to the spirit of the law with that move.
Ms. Musto.
Tim, I just have a quick question. So on those 2 parcels, is it possible, though, that somebody could buy them and do something if they bought the 2 parcels together?
I would have to go in and take a look at the dimensional parameters exactly. But I think the way that we have tried to craft this particular sub-district is really to have, it's meant for a larger apartment building, akin to what's existing there right now. So I think there are, you could potentially do something there, but again, you're limited by the small size of those 2 parcels. And, again, the same kind of situation that we're seeing, on Elliott Street, where, does it make sense to sort of purchase 2, fully kind of, livable Milton, houses and turn them into, what's going to wind up being a relatively low, low density, multifamily. We'll take a closer look at it, obviously, and if we have to make a change, we'll make a change. But this is something that, given kind of the map that we have, this is the best way to make the change that kind of, guarantees compliance for this sub-district. But it's a worthwhile question for sure, and we'll want to make sure we have a good idea of what the effects would be. So we'll continue to look into that.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? So at this point, the question is, do we want to accept the updated articles for 9A and 9B?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Mr. Wells, do you have a comment before that, or?
I was going to make a motion,
Oh,
but
Please go ahead, Mr. Wells.
I just before I make the motion, just a question: is this something that the planning board been receptive? This is for Tim. The planning board's been receptive to this, Tim?
Which
What you just presented to us.
I hesitate to speak for the planning board. I think.
Okay, I got it. Okay. All right, so Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to accept the changes as presented by Mr. Zawinski tonight.
All right.
Is that okay as a motion?
Yeah, we'll take the first, we'll take that first for 9A.
Okay,
and
for
we'll take
9A, yeah.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Ms. Musto?
Yes, I have a question about that. Are we voting what are we voting on?
We're voting
these
just
changes?
you were just voting to accept the updated article,
Mhm.
to put that on the warrant, to put the updated article on the warrant. Not to approve it or not approve it, that would be a separate motion. This is just to put right now we have an article on the warrant. We've now heard some suggested updates to that article. Question is, do we want to accept those suggested updates?
So a follow-up question, a couple of questions. We don't really know much about the impact of this, and isn't there a hearing this week on this?
There is. There's a hearing on, I believe, a prior version, because I think they had to notice it. So I don't believe the hearing will be on the updated article, but we can certainly make that clear to the attendees that the article has been updated.
So then we're having a hearing,
Mhm.
we're voting on these changes,
Mhm.
but they're actually not going to be at the hearing. Is that what we're saying? So
No, I think we're saying, no, let me try to be
Yeah.
clear. I think what we can say at the hearing is, here's the article that was noticed, and there have been updates voted on the select board, and here they are.
So isn't it possible that between now and town meeting, we're going to have other renditions of this?
It's possible between now and town meeting, once we fix on an article, it's possible between now and town meeting for people to offer amendments,
Which would be considered at the town meeting.
which would be considered a town meeting. And it's possible at town meeting for people to offer amendments. But our charge is to put an article on the warrant. And we have an article right now on the warrant. The question is, do we want to accept these updates to that article that is currently on the warrant?
For me, I'm going to abstain. I just don't know enough about these changes. I just got these other changes at 1 o'clock today. So it's hard for me to, really weigh in on that.
Mr. Wells and then
Thank
Mr. Zawinski.
So, Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. I made the motion because ultimately, as Mr. Zoll just stated, and to Mrs. Musto's concern, this is all going to wind up at town meeting. So time is of the essence here, and win, lose, or draw, this is going to be a very vibrant discussion in town meeting. So I did take the time, as I said, to spend a lot of time with Mr. Guys to just kind of dive a little deeper into this and see how they're coming to the ideas of making these tweaks to it to make it work more from a town perspective. So that's why I think it's prudent to make that motion to move this forward, to add this tonight to the warrant, the updates. So I'm staying with my motion on that.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Mr. Zawinski, do you have something to add?
So to Roxanne's question or comment, and this is actually something that I needed some clarification on. And we talked about this with town council and with the Attorney General's municipal law unit, which, in every kind of zoning approval circumstance, that's an office that, if and when we pass zoning at town meeting, we send it to the municipal law unit. They review not just the zoning language, but the sort of the procedure of how zoning got to town meeting. There's a form called Form 7 that we're responsible for filling out that includes a tick-tock of when did this article go to the select board? When was the public hearing notice?
We're gonna make it so here.
The question that I had is relative to exactly what Roxanne's point was, which is, once the public hearing is noticed, what is the latitude that you have to make changes to the article? And my presumption was, once it's noticed, that's it, and you got to wait till the public hearing to make any changes in the context of kind of what you do in public in the context of the public hearing. And Nick, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I would like some confirmation of my understanding of what the municipal law unit said. The impression that they gave me was that, there's a certain amount of flexibility that you have to sort of present, something, these types of changes would probably be in bounds in terms of kind of what you present at the public hearing, with the stipulation that, here's what it is, here's the article, and here's how it's changed since that notice went out. Nick, was that your takeaway from that conversation?
Yes, agreed, and it kind of speaks to the whole purpose of having a public hearing, in which is to solicit feedback and response to guide, final construction of any proposed zoning bylaw amendment. So I think that ties out, and I think procedurally here is we want to make sure that we have a final article to go in the warrant when it's printed, and that's our goal. And I think our timeline continues to be on track for that, as we're printing in the first week of November. So I think that's the timeline that I think this board needs to keep in mind in terms of what is final for the warrant that town meeting members will receive in the mail over in 3 to 4 weeks from now.
And so to that point, this is our last meeting scheduled before it goes to print. So, motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto,
I will abstain.
Mr. Zoll,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Wells,
Yes.
and Mr. Zulish, yes. Item 9B is the updates to the mandatory mixed use bylaw article. Do we want to accept those that were described by Mr. Zawinski? Ms. Musto.
Yes, I have a question for Nick. I just want to back up with both of these. How have we advertised this meeting, the hearing?
The public hearing has been advertised in accordance with the law by the planning department and support of the planning board.
Which is?
Milton Times. Tim, you can fill in the gaps.
Yeah. So for zoning articles, the public hearing has to be noticed in a newspaper of general circulation 2 times in advance of the hearing. The first notice being at least 14 days ahead of time. It's got to be separate weeks. There's a lot of case law around this. We had a notice last Thursday and the previous Thursday. Described the bylaw in general terms, so it wasn't a super long ad, but basically, explaining, we're amending the zoning bylaw, we're amending the map. Here's the website where you can go to view the language. You can come to the planning office and view the language if you want. There are some additional requirements in Chapter 48, Section 5, which deals with zoning changes. Notices need to go out. This is not like a special permit where notices go out to like abutters. That's not a practice for zoning. So we didn't send out abutters notices to the thousands of households that are abutting these zoning districts. But you do also need to send them to all of the surrounding communities and to the state and to the regional planning agency. Which we've done, and again, that gets recorded on that Form 7 and then is reviewed by the Attorney General's office. In addition to all of the normal, we've talked about this public hearing and every public appearance we've made, since it was scheduled. just in terms of kind of informal publicity.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, this is a public hearing conducted by the planning board in compliance with the statute. So it is a planning board public hearing, not select board. Mr. Zoll.
So just a quick point on Ms. Musto's comment, and then a quick question for Mr. Zawinski. So I listened to the planning board meeting earlier today. They're actually planning an overflow room. So my sense is that they're expecting a pretty good turnout for this. So I think if we're concerned about that, they're certainly, they I think are concerned the other way around, which is they may not have enough room for folks. Mr. Zawinski, just a quick question, I think, to an earlier issue that Ms. Musto raised. If someone was to ask a question, for example, why is the post office included in the East Milton Square at this planning board meeting, that would be an opportunity for you to then step in and say, well, it was in the original, but now we've amended it. Is that basically the long and short of it, as an example?
Yeah, I think that you know, in addition to the presentation that I'm planning on giving, you know, a sort of a general overview of where we are with the language. I think, you know, special kind of consideration will be given to, you know, look, if you read the language a week and a half ago, it said this. Here's what it says now. I mean, in the spirit of kind of presenting what the article is, you know, we'll want to make sure that we kind of present all of that. You know, it's stuff that I think, you know, is in furtherance of a lot of the feedback we've heard from the community about, you know, what's important in this zoning. And so hopefully it'll be a relief to some folks. But we will want to just make sure that, you know, particularly the things that have been changed here are highlighted so people have a good understanding, you know, of what they're dealing with.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Wizowski.
so in connection with the public hearing, also by email from the Chair Hall at 6:16 tonight, there was a request that a member of the Select Board attend the Planning Board's public hearing in case there would be any questions for the Select Board. I'm happy to go. I don't believe we have posted that as a meeting, so we would be limited in terms of what we can say in terms of our attendance. But I'm happy to comply if there's no objection. I'm happy to comply with Ms. Hall's request and attend.
That's generous of your time. And then just to be clear, from an open meeting law perspective, if you go by yourself, then you're pretty much able to speak to it. But if three of us went, then would you be?
If three of you, we can't deliberate. So can you attend and listen? I believe you can. We can clarify this with town council. Can you speak? If I speak, that's where I think we run into an issue, because then they could be construed as deliberation.
Understood.
So I believe if there are going to be more than three of us there, then we should.
Three or more.
Yes, three or more. Sorry. If there are three or more of us there, then we should refrain from speaking. Other than if I'm delegated on behalf of the board, I'll do that. Ms. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it would be wonderful if you could attend on our behalf. I will not be there due to my my current situation of not being able to drive. But I will be watching via Zoom. And so count me out of whatever count you need to do for folks that will be in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bradley. All right. Do we have we don't have a motion, I don't believe, on
I'll
item
make a
9B.
motion that we approve the amendments to the zoning bylaw mandatory mixed use in the Milton Central Station Subdistrict. Did I get that right?
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto,
Abstain.
Mr. Zoll,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Wells,
Yes.
and Mr. Zulish, yes. Now, before we move on, as we can, if we wish, with all of these articles, we could move to support them, or we could wait and do that later. We voted to place these articles on the warrant. We haven't voted as yet whether or not to support them. So that would be a second step that we sometimes take at different times. Mr. Zoll.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just thinking about what you'd said earlier about whether or not we want to have select board recommended. I think having sort of waiting on that for the spring article is right. But then I was looking at the draft warrant article that's in our packet, or the draft warrant that's in our packet, and I wonder if it wouldn't make sense. So, for example, Article 1 has yet to receive a recommendation from the warrant committee, but it just says boldly, recommended that the town vote and then blank. And I wonder if it makes sense to clarify by saying the warrant committee, recommended by the warrant committee that the town vote blank, so that it's clear. And I understand that the warrant is issued by the warrant committee and it goes out to the town meeting members and everyone in town accordingly. But I wonder if for clarification's sake, either for this one or for the next one, it might make sense to clarify who's recommending, in that there's an absence if you just happen to look at that article and you're not reading the whole thing. Just a thought.
Understood. And I would say that it has been the practice of the town to just say recommended, because it is understood by town meetings that it's a recommendation of the warrant committee. So I would suggest that we may want, since we're almost to print,
Yes.
we may consider that for
the spring. Yeah.
and that we go the way we've traditionally done it here thus far. Mr. Wells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go to the historical background, how the select board and prior the board of selectmen have operated in this so many times that part of the reason we meet before each town meeting is to discuss upcoming articles for a given night or a given week, and then make a determination whether or not we want to support it or vote to not to support it. As you know, being in this role a significant amount of time as I have, that town meeting can be very fluid, things change, and look at how much we've just discussed on these tonight. The other thing too is you and I know that often it happens right on the floor, that we discuss it at the table. The moderator asks both the warrant committee and us on a change, on an amendment, whether we support it or not. I think I would be more comfortable staying with that historic matter of doing things because it has worked so much in the past.
Yeah, I would only add that my view of the history is that we've had some articles that we've approved before town meeting, that we've supported before town meeting. We've had some articles that we've approved or supported the night before town meeting, and we've had some articles that we've supported on the town meeting floor. So I don't, in my experience, that it hasn't been one way or the other. It's really differed by the board's comfort level and the board's desire to vote at different times on different articles. Ms. Musto.
Thank you. I think oftentimes, at least I remember at our last town meeting, it's also really beneficial to hear what other town meeting members bring up on certain issues. So I think it's always good to try to keep our options open. And so to your point, if it's something simple like the greeting, the greeting pages and the index, that's easy, right? But if it's some of these other issues that are more complicated and complex and differing views, sometimes it's great to listen a little bit and wait a little bit and not rush into an opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Musto. I would offer, however, that articles submitted by the select board sometimes need a sponsor in terms of getting up and initiating the discussion. So we should keep that in mind. Mr. Wells.
I agree with that. Of course, I 100% on board. Articles that are ours, submitted by us, I think that if we're going to submit it, we should support it. Those I do agree with. So, and I'm even comfortable with all the comments. I just think that, as I said previously, things can be so fluid sometimes in some articles that often it's time and listening that allows you to make a more educated decision whether or not to support or openly or not support an article or an amendment. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wells. Anything else on items 9A and 9B? All right, item 9C. Do we have anything on the transfer of land to the Conservation Commission? Any updates, comments, questions on that? Motions, desires, wants, needs?
I'll make a motion. So do we need, this has not been voted yet, Mr. Chair? I'll make a motion.
Again, these are all on the warrant, Mr. Wells. They haven't been, we haven't voted on any of these whether to support them, I don't believe, but we
Okay,
have,
all right,
we have
okay.
voted to include them all on the warrant.
Then I'm fine. I'll withdraw the comment.
So is,
Mr. Wells, Mr. Zoll.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So will we as a group then be sort of at a future meeting prior to December 4th, voting on whether or not to approve these articles? That's still kind of, or this is the time to do that, or there would be a time in a future meeting to do that?
So we can do it tonight, we could do it on November 14th, we can do it the night before town meeting. That is, it's the prerogative of the board.
I see what
When
you're
it
saying.
wants to.
Yeah.
We've taken the step to put these on the warrant. The second step is, do we want to support them or not? To Mr. Wells's point, the first two are submitted by us. And I believe also the budget one is submitted by us. The elected bodies one is submitted by us. I don't believe the Concom one is submitted by us. I believe that's submitted by the Concom. So there is a mix of these articles, on articles that we have submitted and articles that other boards have submitted. Mr. Wells.
So, Mr. Chair, just to get sort of clear the books here a little bit, so we've already voted on A and B, correct?
We voted to include them on the warrant. We haven't voted whether or not to support them.
So I'm going to make a motion, if this is okay with you, to support the transfer of the various parcels of land to the Conservation Commission to that one. I'm also going to make a motion to include in that the School Building Committee appropriation.
Why don't we take?
And
Why don't we?
Okay, you want to do them one at a time?
Yeah, can we take them one at a time?
And if that's the case, Mr. Chair, I'd like to revisit A, B, and B.
All right,
and B
let's take C first, and then
Okay.
we can go back. So, Mr. Wells, you want to make a motion to approve the warrant article with respect to the transfer of land to the Conservation Commission?
Yes.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Ms. Musto,
Yes.
Mr. Zoll,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Wells,
Yes.
and Mr. Zulish, yes. All right, Mr. Wells, you also want.
I'll make a motion to approve the School Building Committee appropriation 9D.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in, any further discussion? All those in favor, sorry, Ms. Musto,
Yes.
Mr. Zoll.
Yes.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Wells,
Yes.
and Mr. Zulish, yes. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
if I can,
Mr. Zoll.
I'd like to make a motion for the Select Board to approve the zoning bylaw amendment for compliance with the MBTA communities, MGL C40A, Section 3A, multifamily zoning as of right.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Wells.
so I'm going to abstain on these next, only because of just everything we've talked about previously, the hearing, the possibility that something may change or be altered, how much they're working on, and I think in that one there, I get Mr. Zoll's intention, but I'd be more inclined to wait.
Can I make an amendment, Mr. Zulus, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
to my own motion?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the zoning bylaw amendment for compliance with MGLC 40A, Section 3A, multifamily zoning as of right in MBTA communities, with the amendments currently adopted today.
Okay.
So if someone were to vote for it yesterday, and if it was to change in the future, then
They'd have to
And
vote.
they have-
We'd have to have a
we could
second
have to have
vote.
a future
Yes.
vote.
It's a good point.
I don't know if that helps you at all, Mr. Wells. Or maybe,
Ms. Bradley, do you accept the?
Yes.
Okay, so we have the motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Ms. Musto.
Thank you. I would also like to say that I will be abstaining because I want to hear what happens at the hearing. And I think we have time to make a solid vote on that one.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto,
I'm abstaining.
Mr. Zoll,
yes.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Wells,
I'll abstain on this
and
one as
and
well.
Mr. Zulish, yes.
So then I'd like to, Mr. Chair, make a motion. I guess it didn't help, so I will just make a motion to approve the zoning bylaw amendment for mandatory mixed use in the Milton Central Station Subdistrict.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto,
Abstain.
Mr. Zoll.
Yes.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Wells,
I'll abstain.
and Mr. Zulish, yes. Okay. Item 9E, the amendment to the FY 2024 budget. This is the article that we talked about earlier to put the funds into the reserve funds.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, that the select board vote to approve to amend the FY 2024 budget. Is that Article 5, I guess?
It'll be Article 5. It's right now it's item 9E on the
Item 9E and Article 5 in the warrant.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Ms. Musto.
Do we have to put an amount of how much we're amending it by?
We have the amount.
But in the motion?
No, because this is not an amendment to this. The article is an amendment to our budget.
Okay,
This is not an amendment to the article.
okay.
Right. So the article
Yeah.
is the amendment, and
It's
that's
in favor of
the.
the article.
And Mr. Milano, maybe it'd be helpful just to outline. I believe it's 300. Can you just give us the numbers again that we
Correct.
we
It's an
reviewed?
increase in the appropriation to the fiscal 24 reserve fund from $250,000, increase it by $350,000 for a total of $600,000 in fiscal 24.
That's the article.
And Mr. Chair, it would actually be Article 4 in the warrant as it's drafted.
1, 2, 3, 4. I think it'll be 5 because we
I
have the
have a
two
typo.
two
Oh, it's a
MBTA,
typo, sorry.
and then we have transfer of land, and then
That's what I was
Yeah.
doing, and then I looked at the draft, so
Yeah.
thank you.
Fair
Right,
enough.
So, right.
All right, so we have a motion's been made and seconded, I believe. Is that right?
That's
Yes,
right.
It's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto,
Yes.
Mr. Zoll,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Wells.
Yes, I got distracted, so I don't even know what I'm voting on, but I guess it's a yes.
It's the article to amend the fiscal
Okay, that's
2024.
fine. I got it. We're good.
Okay. And then Mr. Zulish, yes. Okay. So item 9F is the bylaw on requiring recording of posting of meetings of elected bodies. Is there any updates to this? Anything we want to do with this article?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the warrant committee has discussed this article twice, most recently again last night. I would say the conversation focused on 2 points. The first was on the first exception listed to the proposed new bylaw, which accepted meetings of subcommittees of the elected public bodies in town. The warrant committee expressed an interest in having any subcommittees that are comprised solely of elected officials. For example, the Select Board Finance Committee, which has 2 members, both of whom are Select Board members, or for example, the School Committee Finance Subcommittee, which has 3 members who are elected school committee members, that those subcommittees also be subject to this proposed bylaw.
Are there other subcommittees besides those 2?
Select Board currently has 2 set up, the Finance Committee and the Policy Committee. The School Committee likewise has 2 subcommittees, a Policy Subcommittee and the Finance Subcommittee. There are additional advisory committees on the School Committee side that are comprised. I don't know them well enough to speak to all of them, but a bunch of them do have school committee members, but also other people on them. The Library Board of Trustees has, I believe, 6 subcommittees comprised solely of elected trustees, 3 of which meet relatively regularly. So there are a number of groups that may or may not be kind of wrapped in if they were called out either explicitly or this exception was removed.
So just to clarify that this wasn't a vote of the warrant committee. This isn't a recommendation. This is just a discussion.
Correct. That's where the discussion was headed. The other feedback was concerns raised by the Board of Health as well as cemetery trustees who may be faced with some more personal or potentially private issues, and whether those discussions and back and forth between residents and the board should be recorded. Obviously, it would be a public meeting still, but some mechanism for somebody to ask that a portion of a meeting not be recorded. So again, those could appear in the warrant committee's recommendation. They're not in the article currently as drafted. I did want to bring those to specific items back for this board, either for discussion, consideration, or any feedback that you might have.
Before we begin, I just want to add, this is our last meeting scheduled before the warrant goes to print. So if we're going to amend, we have the language, we have the language on the zoning bylaw amendments. We'd have to come up with the language if we're going to amend this article, and we'd have to meet again before the article goes to print if we're to amend the article. Again, it can be, any suggestions can be made in the recommendation of the warrant committee. Mr. Zoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were just, prior to this meeting, talking with our colleagues at MATV, and I think that, there was, this article is going to significantly increase the amount of time that both town officials and MATV are going to be spending in putting videos up. So I'm not super excited about starting to include subcommittees. I think we discussed that when it came up. That said, I think, we also talked about walking before we can run. So I think on that particular point, the finance committee on the select board, and I'm sure it's true for the school board as well, is an open meeting and folks can attend. The idea behind this was that this would make it more accessible. I'd like to see how it goes for a year with just this article and the workload, and then if we want to come back in a year and add a couple of subcommittees. I take the point of the warrant committee that those are subcommittees of elected officials, but that I think let's test this model as it is before adding more weight to it. I also take, and this may be a question for Mr. Milano. I think, and we've received notice from the cemetery trustees of the cemetery about the private family matters that may get discussed, and I wonder if they can put themselves into executive session currently to do that, and if they did that, then that would sort of answer that question.
It's really a case-by-case situation. There is a exemption or a purpose under the open meeting law for executive session to discuss the mental health, physical health of an individual. There's a requirement that that individual be notified that this discussion is going to happen. That individual can elect to have that discussion open session or have it go into executive session. So that purpose exists. There are other purposes out there. It's really case by case. And health is one of the factors that comes up. So I think it may not be applicable in all cases. And you'd have to kind of look at individual instances for something like that. That was the general feedback that we've gotten so far.
So in view of that answer, Mr. Chair, I think, and also in view of the sort of timeliness, I wonder if we would sort of let the warrant committee, if there's a way to let the warrant committee know that if there was a friendly amendment made to figure out how we could potentially work in some additional exemptions for executive sessions for those purposes to be considered at town meeting?
Well, the executive session purposes are by statute. So
Right.
we couldn't.
So we would have to put some new guidelines in here that would exempt them from recording that particular meeting?
That's interesting, yes. Yes, and again, since this is going to the warrant, since this is going to the printer, wouldn't be something that we could do prior to that going, but warrant committee could do it in their recommendation, although their recommendation has to go to the printer as well.
Because it's really just about turning the camera off. They don't have to put themselves into executive
so before we
session.
go to Mr. Wells, is there an ask? Is there
So that my request was maybe, I don't know that we have the time to put a thoughtful amendment together a thoughtful amendment to this for this warrant. I think it's worth considering, and whether it's through a green sheet or a friendly amendment, letting the warrant committee know that we took that recommendation seriously. And I would say we also took the subcommittee recommendation. I took it seriously. I just think that we need to see how this thing works before we apply it to more bodies.
Okay. Mr. Wells, and then Ms. Mustin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do agree. I think we need to walk here before we run. It's easy to sit here and talk about this, but this is going to be a significant amount more work for many committees, and with regard to both the cemetery and the Board of Health. I always say let's stay in our lanes. I'm very respectful to their request, and particularly the sensitivity around it. So I'm fine with them. I'm sure that they're going to, if we don't, either way, they would speak before the warrant committee to make their argument, and again on town meeting floor. I think that in both their cases, it's a reasonable request. And I do understand too that, executive session is guided specifically by statute, so it'd be kind of hard. But put almost everything they do, there's a lot of sensitivity of what they do. So I'm fine with them making a request to be exempt from these.
Ms. Musto and then Ms. Bradley.
Thank you. As you know, I also sit on the Board of Health, and I did watch the warrant committee discussion last night. Caroline Kinsella, the health director, was on there, and after talking with different people at the health department, including our social worker, felt that it was, we do a lot with things that are mental health. We have people come before us with different issues. They feel comfortable coming. I think, for instance, we had an instance that I don't think would have fallen into any category for executive session, where a gentleman had a dispute with a neighbor about an animal issue, and out of the blue just talked about his wife and her medical condition, and then said, I really want to keep this amongst us. I don't want this out there. My wife would not be happy of me telling you this, but you need to know this with what we're talking about here today. So, there are situations like that where, obviously anyone's entitled to come to our meeting, and we're open, so anybody can come to our meeting. But I think, for instance, if that had been, re-shown over and over again, it would be very detrimental to that person. We had another gentleman who was bordering on aggressive, and again, I think had things been taped at some of those meetings and re-shown, I think it could have escalated the situation, in a situation that was already escalated. So, and we don't always know. See, the problem is we don't always know if things will fall into that category. So sometimes we do, and we could certainly put certain things in executive session, but we don't always know. And so when you have a meeting, you have to post ahead of time. And we sometimes don't know till that minute when we're having a discussion about something. And that does make it difficult. So again, like that particular situation with that gentleman talking about his wife, we had no idea that would happen. So, yeah.
Ms. Bradley and then Mr. Zoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I have a question about, and Member Musto kind of touched upon this, is what do you do if somebody is there, because it is an open meeting? Do you ask that person to leave as you have these discussions? I don't think you can, because it is an open meeting. And I just wanted to say from personal experience of somebody who's made a mistake, and it's been shown hundreds and hundreds of times, the effect that it had. I was harassed in my home. I was harassed anytime I left my home. I didn't leave my home for over a month in the daytime because I didn't want anybody to see me. My kids were harassed, all because of a mistake. So it's wonderful that we can have empathy for some people in our town who come to us with hard things. It's fascinating to me that we're setting limits for open meetings, which anybody can attend. Things are spoken about, mistakes are made, words are said. And I think that all of this, in the time that we're in with technology and recording, I think that, I think we do have to have some grace. And that's something that I really been feeling that has been lacking from a lot of people. Nobody knows what everybody is struggling with. Nobody knows what's going on. And myself included, I've not had the grace all the time. But I guess with this article, I guess I question whether or not we're protecting people, or are we protecting the comments that are made by people of the Board of Health? Are we not saying that we can have a conversation with the social worker and whoever comes before them after the meeting? I guess for me, if it's going to be public, it should be public. And It's a right that we have as town members to see all public meetings. And, maybe I'll start showing up to all the Board of Health meetings, as long as there's no other select board person there. I just think it's really interesting that we're taking this tone with some members of our town and being protective and empathetic. And anyway, I had a really hard time. And I don't think anybody understands that. And I don't think anybody sees what can happen when things go viral to 100 or 200 views or 700 views or thousands of views. And so I hear you. I hear what everybody's saying about wanting to protect people and wanting to make sure that we're doing what's right for our neighbors. I only wish that we could have bleeped me out when I made a simple mistake, and I'm very sorry for it. And I've paid the price. My kids have paid the price. So I guess I would just like to say that for now, I would be in favor of having all open meetings be recorded. And maybe we put in more disclosures at the beginning of our meetings if something is said during one of those meetings at the Board of Health. I also want to say that I agree with Member Wells and I think it was Member Zoll who said that we should walk before we run. Definitely, let's try and figure out if we can even accomplish this and how time-consuming it is. We don't have a large staff. And so neither does Milton Access TV. And so I think that that's a good way to go. But right now, I think if we have an open meeting, then we all just approach them with a little bit more grace and a little bit more empathy towards each other. And maybe we'll end up helping each other more instead of tearing each other down. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Ms. Musto.
Thank you. I had reached out to Attorney Mello. I would like to get his input on that because there were some questions raised about how you would manage some of these situations. And I know specifically for the Board of Health, which things we could put in executive session and which things we really couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to get some feedback on that first before we officially vote on this.
So it sounds like this is still a little bit in flux, and maybe we just table any action on this unless Mrs.
Yeah, I think we can. I think asking town council to provide input on this is smart before we vote on whether or not we approve it. I'm still of mind to approve it. I'm of mind to look at potential amendments to it. But I think the core of the article is good. I think it makes us more accessible and open to the residents who may not have the time or ability to attend in person some of these important meetings. But I think that maybe we can ask. Do we need a motion, or we can just simply ask the town council to provide?
We can ask Mr. Milano just to follow up.
Yeah, I think that would be the right approach.
Before we move on, I neglected to have a vote on item. I guess it looks like 8. Maybe it was misnumbered here, but the approval of the index pages. Sorry, we need
And greeting pages.
We need to.
I would like to make a motion to support the index and greeting pages of the warrant.
I will second that.
All right, we've got ringing consensus on this one. So motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Mr. Milano, anything on this? We're clear on our index and greeting pages?
No, Mr. Chair, just that is the order of the articles at
Yep.
town meeting, and I think
Seems to make sense.
it'll match what is on the agenda here
Yep.
in that order.
Yep.
Okay.
Motion been made and seconded. All those in favor, Ms. Musto,
Yes.
Mr. Zoll,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Wells,
Yes.
and Mrs. Zulish, yes. All right, so going back, item 9G is the local historic district article. Any updates on this or questions, comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, if I could. Last night, the Conservation Commission, the Warrant Committee voted to recommend that the town vote to refer this back to the local historic district study committee. I think there's two elements of that discussion, if I'm relaying this properly or accurately. There were elements to the bylaw that warrant committee members didn't feel were quite ready for review, and then the committee didn't really, due to that, really dive into the merits of the bylaw itself because of, or the big picture policy questions of it, because of still working through some language issues. So their vote was to refer it back to the local historic district study committee. And that vote was taken last night. I did speak to Mr. Lawford today from that committee. They're they're still going through their process. They do have a public hearing scheduled for November 6th for property owners in the area to hear from them. They're sending out a survey, so it sounds like the work will continue. But the recommendation right now, the warrant committee, will be that it gets referred back and taken up at a different town meeting.
Comments or questions, Mr. Zoll?
So, Mr. Chair, it might make sense to wait until after the public hearing for this meeting to vote on whether or not we recommend it. I don't know that sending it back is necessarily a requirement, then we also recommend that. But I would be interested to hear what the comments are on this and what the response is to the warrant committee questions on the language.
Okay. Anything else on item 9G? Item 9H, the citizens petition. Again, this is the citizens petition. We don't have a role in this. It goes on the warrant because the signatures were certified. We could, if we want, take a position on whether to support it or not. Mr. Zoll.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that this land is already being transferred to the care of the Conservation Commission. Is that correct?
This was accomplished as part of the land swap at the Maytown meeting.
So given that, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that the select board vote to, well, I don't know if disapprove is the right word, but
Not
recommend
support.
a no vote or recommend to not support Article 8.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion. Ms. Musto.
This is,
Sorry. Did
Yeah,
you-
go ahead. No,
Okay.
go ahead. And then Mr. Wells.
So this is a citizen's petition. I'd like to hear more about why this was put forward. I do know that last year there was some discussion about potentially doing a separate article for Pope's Pond. I did have a conversation at that point with Kevin Freitag about that, who said it's cleaner to do it that way, actually, he thought, than do it the way that we did it and including it in that other article. So I'd like to hear more from the people that put it forward on this particular article. Thank you.
Mr. Wells.
yeah, I agree. I don't know enough. I'm hesitant to just take a no vote on a citizen's petition that I really don't know. I know there's a reason why this is being done. I do know that. So I don't think it'd be prudent of us to take a no vote on this, but that's just my own thought on it. Thank you.
If I could offer, it's a fair point. We might request the sponsor to come in and give us a little bit of color on this. It's a fair point, seems. Mr. Zoll.
It's a fair point. Can I just add, so is this already been a recommended no vote by the warrant committee? Is that right?
Yes, that was their vote at a previous meeting. I did get a notice from Chair Humphreys that they're going to take it back up. There was an open meeting law complaint filed and dealt with, but they, out of an abundance of caution, they're going to revisit the topic because of that complaint that was lodged.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, I'm happy to withdraw my motion.
All right. To be continued. All right. Thank you for that. Item 10 is discussion approval, acceptance of gifts, grant agreement with the Copeland Foundation with respect to the animal shelter. Do we have anything on this, Mr. Milano?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Town Council has been in touch with counsel from the Copeland Foundation. I know they've had a couple of conversations, nothing to present or to approve as of yet, and I will keep the board updated.
Okay. All right. Comments, questions? Matt? Item 11, response to a Boston Globe article, Beyond the Gilded Gate. And I believe this was Mr. Zoll. If you want to tee this up, or is that my right? Is Is that where this came from, or is it Mr. Milano?
I had heard from a couple of members
Okay.
wanting to discuss it.
Okay.
So if not, then.
Mr. Milano, do you want to tee it up, or Mr. Zoll, or I can?
I'm happy to have either of you tee it up. I know that I was interested in discussing it, but I didn't think it had my name attached to it.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I just didn't know. There was an article in the Boston Globe, many of us are aware of, about the history of efforts to increase housing or not to increase housing in Milton. And several residents were quoted, and there was some reference to our efforts under the MBTA Communities Act, and that appeared in the Boston Globe. And so the question is, do we have anything to discuss with respect to that? Comments or questions? Mr. Zoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding of this article is that it's the first in a series. I don't even know if it was the first, but there's a series of articles that are going to be done by the Spotlight Group about this issue, and that they will continue to be covering the efforts in Milton and in other communities. I alluded to this earlier in my remarks. So I don't feel like I need to reiterate what I said about the way that this damages our town reputation. But I think if I was to say something sort of specific and cautionary about the article, it would be that I think it portrayed us as reluctant to pass the MBTA Communities Act. And it didn't reflect the fact that when the article had been written, the select board had already voted that we would be complying. And I was not terribly pleased that that particularly important piece of information was not included in the article. And I, have heard over time, including by mail, I will say, from a number of residents about their strong interest in seeing Milton comply with this law. Many of those letters have subsequently come in since the article was published. So I think it's important for Milton residents to know that that there is a strong group of supporters of the MBTA Communities Act out there, and that they are motivated to see this passed, and indeed that they see this act and they see the potential future of Milton as being brighter and more inclusive and better for the town. So I think my hope is that this is the first and let's say maybe bleakest article in a series that will, my hope is, end after our December 4th town meeting, when the town will hopefully vote to approve the articles in the warrant. So my suggestion would not be that the town responds with a letter to the editor. My suggestion is that the town responds by supporting the MBTA Communities Act. Thank you.
Mr. Zoll, other comments or questions? Ms. Musto,
Thank you.
and then Ms. Bradley.
Oh, sure. Couple of comments that I have would be that when I read that article, I thought it was a very slanted article. A lot of implications that if you liked having some land, that, that's a problem. Saying that, zoning codes, though typically justified in terms of protecting the environment or real character of communities, have often been thinly veiled efforts to keep out poor people. I think that's implying that there's an ulterior motive to having land. And I think that's implications that very negative. I thought it was all about Milton, obviously. A lot of comments about elderly and many units for the elderly, which is very interesting because the Globe actually had an article in early September talking about that Massachusetts, I think it was quoted, Massachusetts needs more senior housing. Can prioritizing it help for the wider crisis? So it's quite opposite of what was in this article, which is very interesting. But I don't think we should respond to it But I do think that it's interesting, the take on the negative connotations in it and implications to the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Musto. Ms. Bradley and then Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to echo a little bit about what Ben said, which is that I was kind of shocked that the journalist did not include anything that the select board had been doing. By the time that he had spoken to some of the folks in the article, the select board had already approved a compliant article and had moved that along. So for me, not seeing that there was that piece to it and that there were folks that actually support this, it was a little concerning. And I hear what Mr. Zoll said about not taking action at this point. That's great. I'm hopeful, and I don't know, maybe it's Nick or somebody else, but somebody has spoken to this, to the author of this, to make sure that there will be a follow-up after town meeting to say that the select board had been working on this diligently and been moving it along to comply with the December 31st law that's in place. So that was kind of my take on it. I just was a little perplexed that he hadn't kind of looked at both sides of this and seen that the select board had done its due diligence in complying with the law.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll echo a little bit of Bobby. I mean, the Globe's written a lot of stories about this community over the years. Some are good, some are bad. The reluctance aspect of it, as you know, Michael, you've been here. You and I were here through all of these 40B proposals over the last 5 years. This isn't 40B. It's not senior housing. It's not workforce housing. It's, we take Communities Act. This 5 years ago, this wasn't on anyone's radar. And when suddenly you come to a community that, abuts so much of the city of Boston as we do and deal with the urban pressure, such as traffic and sometimes crime, things like that we deal with every day, you can see the reason that people take pause with this. You can see even the people that write to us about it in a negative or a worrisome aspect. It's not that they're anti-housing, they worry about the quality of life that they have. They worry about the character of their neighborhood. I get that. Those are things that they should worry about. There's a reason why for the past 20 years that nearly every year some publication puts us in the top 20, always in different spots, of communities to live in. There's a reason for that. And people worry when suddenly we're not special anymore. And I get that. And I won't deny that I haven't taken pause on this, knowing pretty much how most of this town is laid out, but the problems that go with it. So I don't think we need to respond. I would not want to respond at all. And to Ms. Bradley's comment, to to the work that has been done, and after town meeting, they may write that, but it's going to be on page 45. That's not going to be a front page piece. But that's just my comments on it. I mean, this is something that is before us now. We have to work through it, and good, bad, or indifferent, we will do that. Just as we did with the 700 plus 40B units that have come to us over the past 5 years. So that's about all I have to say at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Often a hard realization when we first realized that we're not special. All right. Anything else on this, on item 11? We have a request from our Milton Residence Fund representative to have this the Governor Stoughton item at a reasonable hour. So the intention is to recess and deal with a couple of items in the Governor Stoughton Trust and then come back. I realize we have some of our Milton Yacht Club and someone else here for apparently something, and I apologize, and we're going to plow through as quickly as we can on this, but we do have a request to have a recess of our meeting and then go through 5 items on the Governor Stoughton Trust. So,
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we recess as quickly as possible for the members, for the meeting of the trustees of the Governor Stoughton Trust.
I'll second.
motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto,
Yes.
Mr. Zoll,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Wells,
Yes.
and Mr. Zulish, yes. All right, so we're going to call to order the meeting of the Governor Stoughton Trust. The first item is a request for funds for the Milton Residence Fund, and if we could have Ms. Dolan on this, of the Milton Residence Fund, that would be, if we could
Sure.
promote her, so that would, she can make her presentation.
All right, I think I should be accessible to you all now.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you, Noreen, so
Okay.
thank you very much.
Great. So thank you all. I greatly appreciate you allowing me to speak today. I'm hoping that you have access to the profit and loss detail that I sent at the end of September, but if not, I was going to walk through it very quickly because I know you have a lot of other items on your agenda. Mainly, I wanted to update the trustees and all members of the town on how the $120,000 of the Governor Stoughton Trust has been distributed over calendar year 2023 to date. We are coming to the end of those funds, which is why I thought it important to speak to the trustees. So currently, of the $120,000 granted to the Milton Residence Fund, we have about $13,300 left in the fund, with 5 pending requests. So that would allow for roughly $5,000 left to be spent in November and $5,000 to be spent in December, which is pretty low when we have an average of about $10,000 a month worth of valid requests. Overall, throughout the calendar year, we've had 85 separate gifts distributed to Milton residents that are experiencing an acute financial need, with the average gift being about $1,255. So kind of to quickly break down, I have a profit and loss statement for the first 9 months of the year, so January through September. And looking at the categories that are approved by you all as trustees, we had some small, say like $1,698 for education-related items that the Milton Public School has requested, like eyeglasses or an after-school fee to allow a parent to continue to work. If it was like a one-time fee, we can't pay ongoing, but to allow them to enroll their child. Heating assistance took up a big chunk of the funds, $32,125. That all went for gas heat or winter heating oil, and that was only for Milton individuals or families who had shutoff notices, or were below 1/8 of a tank of oil with no ability to buy additional oil. So it was only for the very acute need. So those would be single individual adults or elders and families with children who all make below 200% of the federal poverty level. For housing, we distributed $42,159. Those were all for security deposits for families that were required, or individuals or elders who were required to relocate. A lot of times due to the property owner, rehabbing the unit or something that the property owner is doing and the tenant has to move, or rental arrears that back rent that caused the family or individual to be at risk of eviction. There was a minimal amount of $327 for medical copays for 2 frail medically frail Milton elders. So small kind of medication copays or things that they couldn't afford. Small $395 for like the Milton Wildcat Den. There's some field trips or activities, and there was a couple low-income Milton youth that had joined the Wildcat Den but couldn't afford the trips or activities. So I worked with the Park and Rec for that. And there was also a couple small like basketball fees or something for Milton youth recommended by Park and Rec who couldn't afford those fees. Summer camp, I know I've discussed at previous meetings, if any of the select board members were in previous trustees of Governor Stoughton meetings. With the Governor Stoughton funds, we were able to allow 13 Milton children to attend the Park and Rec summer camp so that their parents could continue working, single parents or grandparents raising grandchildren. We allowed 10 children to attend Milton Summer Enrichment if they were recommended by the Milton Public Schools and they were facing a financial need. And then we used a little bit of money for the pond passes, the Cunningham Pool pond that's required by the summer camp, because that is a fee still imposed by the Cunningham Foundation. And then the final bit of $21,000 was for electric. Those were all families or individuals in Milton with a shutoff notice for their electricity. So, I mean, I oversaw all these applications, all of these families. I mean, I feel like I did a thorough assessment of everyone, and they were all in dire financial need, all below 200% of the federal poverty level, and all at serious risk of losing their heat, losing their lights, being evicted. But they had an opportunity to hold on going forward if we were able to catch them up. So right now, as I mentioned before, we have about $13,000 left of the Governor Stoughton funds, which I imagine will be spent quite quickly. So I am here tonight to kind of graciously request an additional consideration for calendar year 2024. We were provided $120,000 to distribute in calendar year 2023, and I would imagine we'd need at least that to continue to provide assistance in 2024.
Thank you, Noreen, and thank you for all the good work that you do, and important work. Just a couple of points of factual points. Mr. Milano, do we have the amount available in the Governor Stoughton trusts for distribution?
Sure. The balance as of September 30th was $5,525,546. And as a reminder, the way we've treated this is that the funds raised from Pulte sale and easement is $5,350,000. So the discretionary amount to be spent is any amount over the $5,350,000 figure.
So it looks like about 175,000.
Yes, right on 175.
Okay. Wow, that was quick now. So Ms. Dolan, and just to clarify the point, we typically make the gift for the calendar year in January, and so does it work best for you if we do a supplement to get you through to the end of the year, and then do the overall gift for 2024 in January? Is that the best way to move forward here?
That's a good question. I think whatever is easiest for you all. I've reached out to the Milton community, put a notice in the Milton Times. I was hoping for some community donations to kind of help me with the holiday requests. We've had over 55 families already request holiday assistance, winter coats and boots. So I'm waiting to see if kind of community members come through. I could squeak in a little closer. If you wanted to split up like that a year, an additional, say, 10,000 for 2023 could probably allow me to meet all the needs, and then a request for 2024 of perhaps 130,000 would then, based on past history, allow me to fulfill the needs.
Right.
for the
And-
next calendar year.
And just to clarify, I think I'm quite sure the intention is to make sure that you have plenty. It's just for your accounting purposes and our accounting purposes. The question is, do we distribute, say, $40,000 to you to make sure you get through the end of the year, and then do the appropriation for 2024? That's really the thought. Not to make you pinch every penny, but to kind of keep it on the calendar year, if we want to keep it on the calendar year basis as we have. The other alternative is just to do a large appropriation now, but that would take us off our calendar year accounting, so that might not be the best way to go. Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You took the words right out of my mouth. Mr. Chair, I want to make a motion that we make a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $40,000 to the Milton Residence Fund for the calendar year 2023, and an additional $130,000 for the calendar year 2024 to be paid in January.
Can I ask Mr. Wells, if
Do you want
we
a friendly?
Well, if we could defer the $130,000 for 2024, the only reason is Noreen may in November and December
Okay, I'm fine. All right.
realize
So
she needs
I'll
more than
withdraw
$130,000 for
the
2024.
2024 request, and my motion will just be a supplemental $40,000 for FY calendar 2023.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Oh,
I
Mr.
just
Chair.
wanted to add
Oh,
a
sorry,
couple
go ahead.
elements to
Yes,
kind of the
please.
math here. This is a trust fund, so it's invested. We get updates quarterly, so the next update would be December 31st, the end of the calendar year, maybe beginning of January. We do, as a reminder, have the other requests from the Milton Food Pantry. Historically, about $25,000. In calendar year 23, the trustees voted $58,000. Milton Hospital, occasionally we'll get a request from the Unquity House. There are others, so I just wanted to make sure trustees had that as a point of comparison. It's continuing to earn income, so we'll know by the end of December where we are between now and then, but those other expenses plus the Milton Residence Fund do account to what is the annual expenditure, and then thinking about future years and where that would leave us for using only those investments going forward to balancing all of it out.
And conceivably, we could, if we distributed $40,000 just to make sure that Milton Residence Fund gets through 2023, if they end up having more, we could allocate less in January to make sure that we have an amount for those other needs. But that's just a
Yep.
thought. Mr. Wells has his hand up, and then Ms.
Thank you, Mr.
Musto.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point, in our previous discussion, we talked about responding to a Globe article is Noreen knows and her predecessors, Diane, and all the way back to Sherry Dolgen, this is the work that goes on inside of your office and in behalf of residents of this town who many people don't even know is a very unique and special thing that takes place here. And I want to thank you on behalf of your work as well as all your predecessors and all those associated with you, and just remind you that, as you know, my brother's keeper will be bringing the holidays to 14,000 people and requests coming. And I know you've had a history with them in the past. Please don't be afraid to ask as we enter this holiday season. And coats and jackets and things of that nature are some of the biggest requests for adults during the holiday season. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing me to make that motion.
Motion's been made and seconded. Ms. Musto, and then Mr. Zoll, and then Ms. Dolan. Ms. Musto.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Ms. Dolan for all the work that she's doing. It's incredible and such a need in the community. So I want to thank her for all of her efforts on behalf of all the residents. You're serving a lot of people and a lot of need in the community, so you should really be commended for your work. Thank you.
Mr. Zoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Dolan, I echo Ms. Musto's point. I think this is incredible work. And I know it can be emotionally taxing as well, dealing with these kinds of requests. And I just, my hat's off to you and everyone involved in this. I think I have a point, and it's probably too big for this particular motion, but I work in the nonprofit space, and particularly thinking about endowments and how monies are spent. Just to sort of back of the envelope calculation of $130,000 against a $5+ million endowment is a little. It's around 2% of the total value of the endowment. Best practices currently in the higher ed space, at least, when it comes to endowment, is that endowment should be spinning off around 4.5%. Some institutions go a little higher than that, some go a little lower. But if we used 4.5 or 4% even, you'd be over $200,000 on an annual basis of what would be available. And it's perhaps that I'm not taking into account other expenditures beyond this. But I'd like to get a quick clarification from Nick, if we could, about what we're spending. And then I wonder if it's revisiting, because nothing is more frustrating than having $5 million in the bank and telling a family that you can't help them keep their heat on in December because we can't touch. And I understand the value of not touching the principal, but it seems like we're not even touching nearly as much as we could be of the income off of the fund. So I'd just like a little clarification on that, and then just a suggestion that we may want to revisit this with the Attorney General, because those numbers are correct. They're under the industry standard from philanthropy of how you spend an endowment.
Sure. Of the so in calendar year 23, the disbursements totaled $193,000. It was $120,000 to the Milton Residence Fund, $58,000 to the food pantry, and $15,000 to the hospital. And in terms of kind of discussing the corpus, I think there's two elements of that. The first is the $5 million, which is the sale proceeds from Pulte, which, and then there's the $350,000 payment for an easement across the rest of the land. Happy to bring that request and conversation to town council, or bring it back to a future trustees meeting for discussion if that's the will of the board.
I'd love to do that, because that's about 3.5% of a $5.5 million endowment. And it sounds like a little bit, but if you can go up from a 3.5% to 4%, that's going to make a big difference for families. So I'd like us to try to revisit that at a future meeting if we could.
Just as a highlight, the process for that would be going to the probate court and getting a revised ruling, because this was a probate court order back in 2014. Can we just hear Ms. Dolan and then Ms. Musto? Ms. Dolan.
Sorry, just to clarify some points, I greatly appreciate all your notes of thanks. There's amazing families and individuals in town that are working so hard, and they just need a little help. So these are people that are greatly deserving of our attention and our funds. So on behalf of them, greatly appreciate it. I've always been hesitant to ask for more than we need, because I do appreciate the sense of the money staying in the fund and earning an interest rather than sitting with me. And I want to reassure you all that a vast majority of requests that are coming in that we can fund, we do fund. We fund, to clear off their arrearage and give them a fresh start. So, we are not currently leaving a lot of families high and dry, and that's why I was coming with requests, because I didn't want to do that for November and December. I think, 30 or 40,000 now in a supplemental appropriation plus 130,000 next year would give us a really comfortable kind of setting to address the needs that are coming to me. And I absolutely support funds to the Unquity House and the food pantry. I know what amazing resources they are for this town. I'm on the board of the food pantry as well. So they just do incredible work. So I'm glad the fund to continue to support them. And my last was a question of, if a supplemental appropriation was given now for 2024 request, would I expect to come back in front of the trustees after you get a chance to look at the financial report on the end of December to make it a separate request for the 130?
That's the way we've typically done it.
Okay.
Right. So
Okay.
you would come in in our first meeting in January for that appropriation.
Okay.
Ms. Musto.
Yes, I don't think that's a bad idea that Mr. Zoll brought up. The only thing I would say is that with the larger amount in there, we generate more interest. So, and that gives us more money to actually spend going forward. So we have to, I think we should consider that as well. It's, you have to weigh those out.
Correct. Yeah, I just, if I may respond.
Yeah, please, Mr. Zoll.
Most institutions will not spend more than they're earning. So if the expectation is if you're earning 6 or 7%, you're spending a chunk of that, but not all of that income, and you're not touching the principal and still adding to it. But yeah, I think I appreciate your support on that.
I want to take a moment just to take 30 seconds because I think it's important. The profit and loss statement that Ms. Dolan provided really puts in stark relief the work that she and the Milton Residence Fund are doing. And so these are some of the things, some of the descriptions of the work done by the Milton Residence Funds. Tank of winter heating oil for grandmother and grandchildren. Prevent gas shutoff for mother and 2 children. Tank of winter heating oil for disabled elder. Prevent gas shutoff for family of 4. And this is just a sample. There's a number of these. Prevent gas shutoff for Milton elder. Rental assistance for family of 3 to prevent eviction. This is just a quick illustration. Prevent electric shutoff for mother with medical illness. Prevent electrical shutoff for grandmother raising grandchildren. Prevent electrical shutoff for 2 low-income elders. It's just a small sample of everything they do and everything that we read in their profit and loss statement. So that's the kind of work being done by the Milton Residence Fund. Noreen, did you have something further?
No, sorry. I should put that in my hand. I apologize.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion that's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto?
Yes.
Mr. Zoll?
Yes.
Ms. Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Wells?
Absolutely.
And Mr. Zulish, yes. Okay. Item 4. All right. Thank you, Noreen. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Item 3. Request for funding for the Milton Health Department's Ready to Go Food Assistance Program. And Ms. Musto, I think, is going to be
Yes.
recused from this item.
I'm going to recuse myself as a member of the Board of Health because I haven't had a chance to run this by Town Council yet. So I would like to get some guidance on that from Town Council. And at this point, I will recuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Musto. And Mr. Milano, do we have, who's going to tee this one up for us?
I can speak to it, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Both Caroline and Ann Grossman from the Health Department had commitments this evening, and I didn't want to pull them away. And I said I would do my best to present to it, and if there are further questions, we could regroup with them. I did send out to the Select Board a brief summary of the proposal to spend $1,000 so that the Health Department can prepare essentially ready-to-go food bags for really short notice if a family or a residents are in need of food and either can't get to the food pantry or access the Milton Residence Fund with immediate effect, that the Health Department would be able to have bags ready for them. Ms. Grossman previously worked in the city of Newton where they introduced this program and it's spread across the city, and essentially most departments had these at hand, no questions asked. If somebody needed food, they got it. And her intention is to start this off small and see where the program can go from there over the winter months and come back and report back on what its needs are and where it might go from there. But they would like to get it started with a request of $1,000 from the Governor Stoughton trustees at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Milano. Comments or questions?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Zoll.
I'll make a motion to approve the request for $1,000 for the emergency food bags. I don't see the exact language, but
So
the
Milton Health Department's ready to go.
Milton Health Department's Ready to Go Food Assistance Program.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Mr. Zoll,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Wells,
Yes.
And Mrs. Zulish, yes. All right. Item 4 is discussion. So we should, oh, there she is. Let's take a moment.
It's good news.
Item 4 is discussion update approval request for proposals for affordable housing at the town farm. I can give a brief update. Mr. Milano may supplement. As we know, the RFP was submitted to the Attorney General's office. They sought a discussion with the town council, myself, town administrator, and the sum and substance of that discussion was that the Attorney General's office does not need to approve the sending of this RFP, and a request just to be kept in the loop going forward. That's the sum and substance of it. Mr. Zoll.
Mr. Chair, if I may, from the position of the Affordable Housing Trust, who met last week and discussed this topic, they're looking forward to meeting again prior to the November 14th meeting of this group and weighing in with thoughts on the RFP process that reflect the comments and the concerns of the neighbors, specifically related to both the traffic questions as well as the drainage questions, which they took seriously and appreciated, again, the opportunity to speak at that point. I just wanted to relay that they will certainly be coming with some comments and thoughts about the RFP at the November meeting.
The comments and questions. Mr. Wells.
So I just have one question, Mr. Chair, and I'm not going to belabor this tonight, but my big question is, if there's any litigation in this matter, how will the Governor Stoughton Trust pay for this? How will that take place? And I'm not asking you to have to give me an answer tonight, but I believe this has been asked before. I think this is more to Mr. Milano, if he could confer with town council on how the Governor Stoughton Trust would pay for this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. I would only say that the land is owned by the town. So that if there is an issue, and we'll have to get town council to weigh in, but the land is owned by the town, administered by the Governor Stoughton trustees. So there certainly is a theory by which the town, in some, I don't know what litigation would be, but if there were some kind of litigation because the town owns this property, there's certainly a rationale for the town to defend it. But we can get town council to weigh in on that certainly. Ms. Musto.
To follow in Mr. Wells' footsteps here a little bit, I've asked this question several times at previous meetings, so I'm just going to identify what the questions really should be. I want to know who is going to pay the legal fees if the trust is sued. I want to know, if we're individually sued on this board for the Governor Stoughton trustees, I want to know if we're covered by that. Is there indemnity insurance or something? I'd like to know, depending who would be paying for the fees for legal fees, are we going to have a cap on that? And I think we would need to know some of these questions because if it's coming out of the trust, for instance, we would be taking away money that is being spent, as we just heard from Ms. Dolan, in ways that reach everybody. And you read off all of these different things that they're doing. That's just, the Milton Residence Fund. But there are other things that we're also supporting. I think that's really important for us to know when making these kind of decisions, because we don't understand what the implications will be of these decisions. Also, I think that we should, the neighbors did bring up some things with flooding and so forth. I know that was mentioned. Mr. Zoll had mentioned that. We own the land, as you said, and it's interesting. So this is a trust. You don't see Cunningham selling off land. We don't see Copeland Foundation selling off land or leasing their land. This is looking at a long-term lease. And in that RFP that I took a look at, there's no stipulation in there for Milton preference on anything. And if we're going to look at that, we're making it very specific just for affordable housing. We're not looking at it for any other use. I think these are all questions that I'm just throwing out there that are sort of relevant to this discussion. So I'm wondering what the process is from here.
So, so we can certainly, it's probably a good idea to answer those questions. Those questions don't just relate to this item 4. Those questions relate to anything, because the trustees, the trust could be sued for anything. Just as so it's probably a good idea to clarify that, and we can put that on the agenda for the next meeting. Anything else on this?
So, Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Zoll.
we're not looking to, to just start talking. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're not looking to approve these. This is an RFP that we're now circulating again for comments and thoughts.
So we have a draft RFP. We have had a public hearing on it. We've had commentary on it. We have the Attorney General's office who said that they don't need to approve the trustees issuing it. It's a question now, it seems to me, what the trustees want to do. Do the trustees want to issue an RFP? Do they want to get feedback from the Affordable Housing Trust prior to the 14th? And have a revised RFP to look at?
That would be, so Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we consider, or I don't even know if we need a motion for that, but that we postpone decisions on this until the Affordable Housing Trust has had a chance to respond to the community concerns.
Yeah, I don't think we need a motion.
Okay.
I think we can just put it on for the 14th. Mr. Wells.
Oh, sorry. I hear you. Thank you. I hear you, but when I sit back and I look at the history of the trust and the needs that we meet, I don't see anywhere where this RFP helps the mission of the Milton Residence Fund, the Milton Food Pantry, and I go back to the 2011 RFP where it talked about please describe how you benefit the poor of Milton, and I think that we need to look at something beyond this as well, as far as the use of that property that can help her mission and the food pantry's mission in a better way, so that, to Mr. Zoll's prior points, having the available funds to meet their necessary request every year becomes more of a reality than just hope. So that's just I'm not voting, I'm not making a recommendation, just my comments on this.
Ms. Musto.
One other thing to add is that we did have Mr. O'Donnell who came in and talked about the historic nature of some of those buildings. And I think that should be noted in whatever happens as well.
Mr. Chair, if I
Mr.
can.
Zoll.
So I thank you, Ms. Musto, for bringing that up, because that will also be reflected in the Affordable Housing Trust's recommendations. They took that point seriously about the historic nature of the buildings. On a separate note, and not reflecting the Affordable Housing Trust, I would just like to register my discomfort at hearing multiple members of this board reference lawsuits against this body. I don't find it helpful. It just concerns me that there seems to be some sort of broader legal inquiry going on here. And I just want to register my discomfort with it, because I find it vaguely threatening and not in the spirit of democracy, and particularly when we overhear what sounds like other phone conversations that are happening on Zoom as we're discussing this. Just become very concerned about what I've heard, and I just want to register that. Thank you.
Ms. Musto.
Thank you. I think it's reality if you're a member of a board, I think it's reality to find out in that role, if you do get sued at any level, I think that you need to know that. you have neighbors that have been here that have concerns, no matter what goes up there. I think it's reality that you find out that information. We also need to know, who's paying for any of this. Is it the town that's going to get the charge to pay for anything if there is a legal issue? Or is it going to be the trustees? And I think, we want to go into whatever we do with our eyes wide open, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I think that's a valid point.
And I think the general idea that members of the body want to know where liabilities would flow, I think that's in a general sense. I don't think there's any objection to that. On the other hand, there's certainly been no reality to any potential claim brought against the trustees. There's been no suggestion made that there could be anything brought, but it's a good idea at the same time to know, if something happens someday because of something, how would it be covered? So, any objection to follow up on the request for proposal on November 14th, including the Affordable Housing Trust's review on it? So, hearing none, we'll put that on for the 14th. Meeting minutes. Are we prepared to move forward on the meeting minutes of the trust for April 11th, June 13th, August 8th, and August 22nd?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Zoll.
just in interest in expediency, I was not present on April 11th, so if we wanted to make a motion to approve a series of minutes, we'd probably have to exempt that.
Fair enough.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion. First, I'll make a motion to approve. I'm going to do I'll make a motion to approve just the April 11th minutes, 2023. How's that?
I'll
That's
second.
great. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto.
Yes.
Mr. Zoll.
Abstain.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes.
Mr. Wells.
Yes.
Mrs. Zulish, yes. Okay.
All right, now, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve June 13th, August 8th, and August 22nd, 2023.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Ms. Musto.
On the 8 minutes on the page 2, I don't think I have it right in front of me, but maybe I should send it in. Can we table that one to our next meeting
Sure.
or something? The 8, because there was something I just need to submit to Lynn,
Sure.
and I didn't have a chance.
Sure.
It's a one line. It's just basically clarifying. I think it's in the first paragraph, elaborating that the maximum Milton preference on a development could be 70%.
Do you want to put that on for the 14th, just to make it easy? Because
Sure.
we're going to have. Yeah.
Sure.
So Mr. Wells, as a friendly amendment, can we excise?
Oh, yeah,
August 8th?
absolutely. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And that's accepted by our second, Ms. Musto?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion for approving the June 13th and the August 22nd meeting minutes? All those in favor, Ms. Musto?
Yes.
Mr. Zoll?
Yes.
Ms. Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Wells?
Yes.
Mr. Zulish, yes. Item 6.
I'd like to make the motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto?
Yes.
Mr. Zoll?
Yes.
Ms. Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Wells?
Yes.
Mr. Zulish, yes. All right, we're back in the select board meeting. And if there's no objection, we've had our friends from the Milton Yacht Club who I think are interested in item 15. So if there's no objection, if we could go with item 15, because the other items are really internal matters, and so they've been here for a while. So
No objection.
Any objection to moving forward with item 15?
No.
Item 15 is discussion update approval, Milton Landing, winter boat storage is item A, and item B is the harbor master. Again, there are members of the Milton Yacht Club here if there are any questions, because they do that currently. Mr. Milano, are you going to tee this up, or Mr. Wells? How are we going to do this?
I'll defer to Mr. Wells. If you want to take it from there.
So Richard, it's first is item 15A, which is winter boat storage.
Okay, so I was going to let Nick go first, but that's
Oh.
fine. I'm still going to try and be quick. As you know, Michael, but Mr. Chair, the Landing Committee began in 2018 after being handed off from the MPIC. The first thing that we came to realize was that from the members of the yacht club, they had not had a lease that had expired on December, I think it was December 31st or July 3rd, June, so long now, 2014, 2015, when we tried to develop an RFP for what I wanted to do then was a 15-year lease. We realized that we did not own 41 Wharf. It was owned by 88 Wharf, and that the boats had been there somehow in the swap that existed in the land between the building of 88 Wharf 20 years ago. And you being here, Michael, for most of it, we then issued an RFP with the Board of Assessors recommending that a minimum bid of $25,000 annually be paid for the yacht club building, 25 Wharf, and Lot A, which is all we owned at the time. We did not receive a bid anywhere near that from the yacht club, so that's when we then began the long process of purchasing 41 Wharf from the owners of 88 Wharf LLC. Once we did that, we then broke the 10,000 square feet of 41 into two 5,000 square foot parcels, with the third parcel, Lot A. We put out an RFP for all three parcels, including the building, in 2022. The minimum, with the help of the Board of Assessors, they wanted to go higher, but we felt to take care of some of the historic needs of the yacht club being there so long and the growing needs of Milton Rowing Club, that the minimum bid for each parcel in the building be $10,000, with the four parcels being $40,000. With regard to the lots, the only one that came close and who was successfully awarded a bid, which is Lot C, is Milton Deposit Rowing Club. The yacht club came in with a minimal bid of only $2,500 a year for the building, which, as you know, we agreed, and they have signed a lease for that. Lot A and Lot B, no award was given. There was no bid price received anywhere near the $10,000 at any time. And so what I prepare for you tonight is the land committee voted unanimously last month to request that this board notify the Milton Yacht Club to vacate Lot B. And as you know, we took a vote to put on an RFP for that at our last meeting, which is currently out now. Given that boat storage is a priority to them, and Nick can bring up this diagram on the screen when he wants, that was created by Josh Lee on behalf of us, that we felt that if boat storage was so important, that the town, since they did bid on it, the town take Lot A and make it amenable for seasonal boat storage between the months of October and June of each year. Josh did a great job of designing how many boats would fit there, and we also developed an application for how members of the yacht club could apply to the town and pay a nominal fee of $12 a foot per boat annually, with a copy of a $300,000 general liability policy, which is required in any boat storage yacht or yacht club that has boat storage in the area attached to it. For the record, boat storage from yacht clubs goes anywhere from $10 a foot to $20 a foot. In private boat storage in the metropolitan area, including Marina Bay, Weymouth, Boston, is between $50 and $55 a foot. So our recommendation to you tonight is to notify the Milton Yacht Club to vacate Lot B of boats that they have put there now that they are paying nothing for, nor did they bid on, and to have this board approve the town to create municipal boat storage, seasonal boat storage on Lot A at a rate of $12 a foot, with the application that Mr. Milano has, and to move forward from there. I hope that sums it up, and I'll be glad to answer any questions as to anything else where we're at on this right now.
All right. So the recommendation is notify the yacht club to vacate Lot B, and that's the current boat storage. Is that right?
That they are putting boats there now on a
Okay.
parcel of land that they are not paying for. nor were they awarded a lease for.
And then to create municipal
Create,
boat.
now, take Lot A,
If I could just,
and
and then,
create
yeah,
a municipal boat storage process
Right.
or program
so we need to.
for them to be able to apply and pay the town.
Yep.
They would pay us
Understood.
to store
We'd
their
have to-
boats there seasonally.
Understood. We have to set up some kind of program, but, all right, comments
That's
or
right.
questions for the members? Ms. Musto?
I'm just wondering, we have a bunch of gentlemen here. I'm wondering if they'll have an opportunity.
If they're
that's
welcome to,
okay.
yeah, sure. And if we
they
have
wanna
comments
speak.
and comments or questions, and if anyone if any of the gentlemen from the yacht club want to come up to the microphone, sure, Ms. Musto, we can surely do that. And so I guess, just to direct it, you all are due. I guess it'll help me, and other members can say the same. It'll help me to know what you're doing now, what you'd be doing for the winter, and how this would change under if Lot B were vacated and there was a municipal boat storage on Lot A. I guess that's the proposal. So. But you can. So anyway, any members may have a question. That's a proposal. I just don't know how that'll change things. But Roxanne, you may have a different question.
Well, I'd like to just hear
Yeah,
what
good point.
what they think, what they think about it, any comments.
If you could
they
talk
have.
into the micro, first identify yourself. Talk to the
Hi,
microphone.
I'm Bill Coughlin, I'm Commodore at the club currently. We had, just to go back to reiterate a little bit, we had made an post RFP. We were negotiating. We made another offer on or about August 8th, and we received no response back from that. What we were told recently was that there's going to be another RFP forthcoming on B. My, I guess, question would be, if A could be made into municipal, why not B and save everybody about 75 hours worth of work? If you wanted to do something temporarily, or we could pay rent based upon what we had been doing on that prorated basis of, what were we paying, $1,600 a month? But pay rent. I don't think the town is interested in becoming a boatyard manager.
Okay. Ms. Musto or Mr. Wells has his hand up. Mr. Wells, and then I don't know if Mr. Milano has anything. But Mr. Wells, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, Mr. Milano and I did have a series of meetings. And as I said, we did set up, based on what the assessors gave us, the collective work of all of us in the committee, including Mr. Milano, we did come up with a minimum fee of $10,000 annually. The yacht club never came anywhere near that, and I believe that's why they never heard back from Mr. Milano on their last offer. We are interested. I know this is unusual, but one of the things that, particularly with the homeowners at 88 Waffers, who you and I know, Mr. Milano know, I just gave another series of photographs the other day. We've been trying to clean this place up and make it more amenable. Mr. Coughlin knows this, is that we are interested, if they're really, Lot B has a financial value, and it also has a use to make it more amenable and usable to the water. And that is why we put out another RFP. I understand their need to, and they've known this, we've been talking about this all summer. They attend all our meetings. So it's not like this is a surprise. They are on our Zoom meetings, even though there's no public comment. On those meetings, they are fully aware of everything we discuss. There's nothing that's a surprise here. We've been talking about making Lot A, and they've already put boats there in the past 2 weeks since our last meeting. There are boats there on both Lot A and Lot B now that are not, they have no lease for, they have no rental agreement on, but they have boats already there. So we are proposing this to you tonight, to the board, to vote on this, to create a municipal lot for municipal boat storage with storage paid to the town of Milton for managing it. And I believe this is something the committee voted unanimously on this. I think we could do it, and it allows the members of the yacht club who did want to pay the money that we needed to rent a lot to at least have boat storage at the existing wharf site. I know that was a long, drawn-out answer.
No.
I apologize.
Helpful. Comments or questions from the members or Mr. Coughlin?
Well, there's been, how do you say, no direct communication with the club since the last bid we had made.
Okay.
Other than no answer back on the bid.
Okay.
And in the RFP that originally went out, it requested, show in-kind services, et cetera. Then we got a notification that was not our putting the docks and floats in and out for the town. That was not to come out of consideration. They just wanted cash.
Fair enough. Let's try to keep it on the agenda item, which is winter boat storage. I'm going to go to Ms. Bradley and then Mr. Zoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, what happens so it's October. I know many of us hardy New Englanders haven't turned on our heat yet, waiting for November 1st, but it is winter, it's getting cold. What is going to happen to these boats if we just say you got to get off? Like, that doesn't seem, we're already in winter. It seems like, I guess I'm wondering if we can wait to do this until the spring, like actually see a plan before us about what the landing committee is discussing, and what their ideas are, because I just went through the packet again. I didn't see any proposal of what the plan is moving forward. And honestly, those boats are already there. They're already coming out of the water. So I guess I'm confused about why we're discussing this now when it's already winter time and the boats have to come out.
Mr. Zoll and then Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the same concern as Ms. Bradley about the fact that we've already got boats on the lots, and that we don't have a written proposal to review for what this municipal plan would be. I think it seems to me, as admittedly somebody who's not on this not on the landing committee, that there needs to be some direct communication, more direct communication than there has been between the yacht club and that committee to try to resolve this. And I think that putting something in place over the winter, using this as a grace period to design something that would make sense from a municipal perspective, and or give the Milton Yacht Club the ability to respond in good faith to a more reasonable number for the rent on this property. I would not be prepared to support anything that I haven't read an article or an item about. But that would be my suggestion, and I think, and I also would wonder if the creation of such a group would have to be approved by town meeting, or if it's something that we could approve just by the mandate of the select board. And I'd just like to add too that this issue plus the issue of the fence that was built without select board approval just has me very concerned about what's happening at the landing and what the town has oversight on and what we don't have oversight on. And so I can't support anything tonight. I hope to see some written proposal presented to the select board in the future about what this idea is, but I obviously can't support something that's just a verbal concept. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wells.
Let me address the fence first. So first up, I'm not operational. I was operational for many years. I'm not operational. The fence is an issue that was brought up on numerous occasions, including the yacht club, because I never paid any attention to the fence. Both by, I believe, the Ponset Rowing Club in their negotiations for the lease. While we didn't put it in the lease, they were pretty adamant that they had safety concerns about the fence. So, as well as 88 Waft did, we had bought the land. So the fence was actually, and I sleep much better and to the parents who've reached out and written about that they're much, because many parents go there, feed the duck. I don't know about fishing, because it's not a fishing spot, but the fear of falling off that wall and going in at low tide of that mud worries me greatly. And the fact that now parents who go there to feed the ducks, to see the birds or whatever every day, don't have to worry about falling off that wall. I sleep better knowing that. So I hope that makes you feel better, Mr. Zoll, on the fence. With regard to the storage, I want to make this very clear what you are suggesting, because the Ponza Rowing Club has the same adjacent lot, 5,000 square feet. They are paying very close to what we requested. So you are suggesting now that we allow these boats to go onto this lot for free because it's going to be cold? They've known about this for months. We've been talking about this for months, and I did suggest submit to Mr. Milano and Josh, which we talked about, that we would do a one-page application, because it's very easy to apply, which he has, which he could have distributed to you today. But if that's what you want to do, then fine. But I don't know what you're going to say to 88 Wharf, who sold us this land, and I do not know what you're going to say to the Ponce Rowing Club, who's paying fair market rental the adjacent lot and competed in the same RFP that the yacht club had the ability to do so.
Ms. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, in regards to 88 Wharf, they sold us the land. And last time I checked, I bought my land, and previous owners can't tell me what to do with my house. So 88 Wharf has no say over what the town does with the land regarding the sale of it. If the town owns the land, then the town can do as it sees fit. And by the town, I mean the select board. I don't mean the Milton Landing Committee. I mean the select board gets to oversee what the town does with town land. Obviously with input from neighbors, but at the end of the day, we're the elected ones that have to stand up there and back up the votes that we're taking. I don't think anybody was saying that they should store boats there at no cost. I don't even think the Milton Yacht Club wants to do that. I think that they would understand that that's also not a fair thing. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit out of breath. So I think that they'd be willing to pay some form of the money that they were paying, along with all of the other things that they do for the town with the docks. So those are all things that we can't afford right now. There's no line item for us to put in and take out docks. There's no proposal before the finance committee about hiring somebody to put in and take out docks. There's none of this. So right now, what I'm saying is, can we get through the winter and maybe come up with a proposal from the Milton Landing Committee to the select board so that we can actually vote on what it is you guys are looking to do? I don't mean to say this rudely, Mr. Wells, but you're getting testy about this, and I honestly have not seen anything from you guys. Like, I don't have a report. I don't have numbers. I don't have anything except for the knowledge that a few RFPs went out, and the only people that responded to those RFPs was the Milton Yacht Club. So if there's a grand plan that's happening down there, please let us know, because it's not the Milton Landing Committee's job. It's the town of Milton's job, which is the select board. So I'm asking you kindly to understand that it's almost November, and I don't want to put the people that have their boats in the water out with no warning, because it's almost November. I mean, I guess in this case, I don't see what the difference of 6 months is, because they're willing to pay some money. They're willing to continue to negotiate with us. They're willing to have these conversations, as I believe the select board is. I mean, going off of what Mr. Zoll just said. And so I guess I'm just wondering, as an advisory committee, the Milton Landing Committee should be coming to us and talking to us about what their plans are. I would love to know what your ideas are for down there in a proposal, in a written proposal, so that we can talk about it. But right now, I think that it would not be a wise move for us as the town to kick a bunch of our residents' boats off of a space that their yacht club is willing to pay some money for. and still talk about this over the next 6 months.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. Mr. Wells, you're next. I just want to observe, it sounds like there are two suggested ways forward here. One is some form of the status quo, at least through the winter. The other is to have this a new municipal boat storage program of some kind. Mr. Wells. Mr. Wells and then Ms. Musto.
Thank you.
Mr. Wells, you're on mute. I don't know if you're talking.
So I apologize
No,
if I'm
there you are.
testy, because I can't count how many hours I put in on this, as you know very well, Mr. Zulus. Mr. Zulus, as you know, this board handled the purchase, the approval, the passing of town meeting, everything of 44 Wharf. We handled the approval, the creation of the landing site, all of that came and was discussed and voted by this board. This board approved the RFPs that went out in 2019. This board approved the RFPs that went out in 22, and this board approved the RFP that went out last week. And I don't want to argue, but I just want to say to you, fair is fair. So we put out RFPs, just like on the Arts Center, the lots, the Discovery School. You are talking about, and they're not all residents, members here. These are members of a private yacht club that are placing their boats on a parcel of land owned by the town of Milton for free. And you want to sustain that. When they had the chance to bid, by their own accord, from the Milton, I read more in a Milton Times article than has been brought forward to our committee in 5 years. Their own accord of monies that they bring in, they could have met this request. They failed to do so. And with regard to 88 Wharf, for the record, the park that exists between the walkway to 88 Wharf, that very nice park with the kids' playground in it, is owned by the town. It is part of the parcel of 25 Wharf. We do nothing to maintain. 88 Wharf, out of just kindness, takes care of all of that for us. Not the yacht club, not us. And as far as the docks, we went to court. This town went to court on the dock and won that case. And you can check with town council and read the records of it. And all that came from this board and the prior town administrator, Mr. Denny. And if I seem aggravated, I apologize. And I say it as one who's been a boat owner my whole life. But if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But I don't know what we're going to say to our other tenants, nor what you're going to say to the proponent who just took bid, once intends to bid on this lot and pay the monetary fee that we want. Thank you.
Ms. Musto.
Thank you. A couple of things here with regards to this committee. I actually sit on this committee as well, as does Mr. Milano. So he is at these meetings as well. Mm-hmm. Certainly we have minutes. Josh Lee usually posts those minutes, I believe. We approve minutes. And as far as some of these items, the fence and so forth, these, if it's about process, I would expect the town administrator to be able to tell us about process. If it had to, if money's need to come out of a fund or something like that. But back to this issue, this gentleman did mention an RFP. So I'm wondering, Mr. Milano, can you elaborate a little bit about that? He was just mentioning that they did submit an RFP, I think in August. And
we were submitting an RFP. The first bid we had
Yeah, I know that.
included the in-kind services.
Yeah.
Then we were told that was not going to be looked at.
Yep.
We came back with a number. They came back to us, said no. We came back with another one, and that was the last conversation by email was in the August 8th, 9th timeframe, if I recall.
Okay. Is there anything to add to that, Mr. Milano?
No, only my recollection, and we spoke about it last week, was the last one that I recalled seeing was in May, and this was a proposal, one with installation of the docks, one without, and that was discussed at the landing board. So if there's a communication I missed, that's on me. But the last one that I had that I recalled seeing and then looked at was one $500 for not putting in the docks versus a little bit less to install the docks. $4,500, I believe.
So I fear we're getting a little far
Yeah.
afield of the winter boat storage, but I do want to say, with respect to process, and Mr. Milano's obligations, I think it certainly, members of the committees really need to know what the charge of the committees are and what their responsibilities are. It's not always on Mr. Milano to do that. Just generally to say that. I don't want to, Mr. Milano doesn't have to lord over committees and tell them what they can and can't do. People should have that idea. On the winter boat storage item, is there is a one view here, it seems to me, that people want to maintain the status quo at least through the winter with the boats. Do we think there is and the other view is, well, if we do that, we're not getting paid any fees, there's no rent being paid. I don't want to put you on the spot in the public meeting, but is there an appetite to discuss, if we were to go with the status quo, is there an appetite to discuss some kind of
Yes.
rental arrangement? Okay.
Yes, I think if there's an open dialogue that we can come to some sort of agreement.
Okay.
We're not trying to have our cake for free.
Yeah.
It's-
Fair point.
We've
Fair point.
always paid our bills for, since 18, whatever it was.
Fair point. Mr. Day, I do want to get to Mr. Wells. Did you have something or yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to speak because I'm treasurer.
Oh, okay. Are we talking about winter? I've got to go to Mr. Go. Come on up if the members want to hear you.
I'll
sure.
abdicate,
But
thank you.
let's go with Mr. Wells, and then let's go with Mr. Wells, and then if the members want to hear more in the Art Club, we can. Mr. Wells.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll make a proposal to you. My proposal will be, for now, temporarily for this calendar year, this will be from October 30th to June 1st. That we allow Mr. Milano to bring in the members of the yacht club and that wish to store their boats on Lot B for this winter only. And as I propose, and I do not know why he did not send this to you tonight, and I'm very upset about this. Because, Mr. Milano, you do sit on the committee and I'm not operational. And whether it is a fence or consolidated facilities, that's on you, not me. I don't want to be, I've said this to you 100 times, I don't want to be operational anymore. I'm trying to do it as best for the residents of this town and that waterfront, which is something that was neglected by this town for 50 years. So my proposal, Mr. Chair, is that we take what I've suggested for Lot A for this winter, and that we allow members of the yacht club who meet the criteria. They'll have to fill out an application, as Mr. Milano has. If you want to vote on this, I wouldn't want to wait 2 weeks to vote on this again, because then you're into November. By November, all the boats are out. And we need to know what is there. I asked Mr. Milano to circulate that application to all members by tomorrow morning. And then we set up a meeting for next week, Mr. Milano. We bring them in, representatives of the yacht club. I'll personally come there myself, allow them to fill out their applications, the name of their boat, their length, and they can store on Lot B for this year. But Lot A, Mr. Chair, will have to be vacant for this winter. Nothing on it. They don't pay a nickel for it. It needs to be vacant. And that is my motion, is that we take the winter storage, I just want to amend what is on for Lot A, winter storage, we'll make it Lot B, winter storage, at the rate of $12 a foot with the policy and the application that I gave to Mr. Milano that he was supposed to send to you tonight. And I'm sorry I'm agitated, but
No.
I put hundreds of hours in on this.
Totally understandable. That's fine, Mr. Wells. It's totally understandable. Okay. And I wonder if it would be better to have a motion and take action once we have had that discussion or that follow-up between the town administrator and perhaps yourself and the yacht club. But let's go first to Mr. Day, because I think the board members wanted to hear from
Yes.
Mr. Day, and then we'll hear if we can get to the end game on some of this.
So I'm on?
You're on.
Okay.
Just make sure you're talking to the microphone.
Yeah, I'm trying. My name is Spencer Day. I live at 7 Cottage Place, and I have for 41 years. I began my boating 50 years ago on the river myself. So addressing firstly about whether we're paying, there's comments being made that we're doing things for free. This is not true. I have in front of me an analysis of the payments that we've made and the basis for that. I'm checking it to make sure that it's correct, and after this meeting, I will share it with the select board and Mr. Milano, of course. But long story short, we made a payment in July on the basis of a demand that was made to bring ourselves up to date on payments, and that was at the original rate of the 2014 expired lease. It was $1,159 per month. We did that, but because we were not actually utilizing all of the space, I did a spreadsheet, and that's what I'm going to share with you after the meeting, that shows the basis for what we believe the payments should really be. And according to my calculations, we overpaid at that time because we paid through July, but we had already vacated portions of the lots that we had previously used. We had vacated back in March. So, but I made the payment in July because the demand was made, and we wanted to be in good standing with the town. With respect to storage, because that's the agenda item.
That's actually, yeah, thank you, sir.
Yes. I'm just going to read from my notes here. Our plan is to haul the floats and to haul the boats, to collect storage fees, provide proof of insurance, and pay more than half of our revenue to the town while supporting the Milton, the Neponset Rowing Club. It used to be the Milton High School crew team, but that's no longer the case. And provide for our kayak members and public access for all boaters, as we've done for the last many years. And admittedly, that is essentially, from our perspective, no real change. The basis, though, that we want to go on is that we plan to pay for the space that we utilize, and I would love to not hear any further comments that we're doing things for free. So that has to do with the boat storage. Now, also, I'd like to comment that so-called Parcel A is covered with pebbles. It's not paved. The boats, as they get moved around, are on rollers. The rollers are incompatible with the pebble surface in Parcel A, which is why they're on Parcel B. And we also knew that Parcel B, even though we heard during landing committee meetings a wish to have it vacated, not having anything in front of us to be able to deal with boat owners needing to place their boats and get them out of the water, we put it onto Parcel B. Not because we're trying to be obstreperous or do things that the town doesn't wish us to do, but we didn't have clarity on what the process was for even requesting storage from the town. So we merely acted, for, I don't know, what's the word? Prudently for boat owners and for, public boat access. I think I've addressed it. But
So, Mr. Dave, obstreperous is the second best word of the night after agglomerate. But it sounds like there is plenty of opportunity for discussion on some of these points, and perhaps agreement.
could I
on some of
add
these-
something?
Yes, Mr. Dave.
Every time the topic comes up about the RFP responses and the amounts that were bid, the bids are never actually named, the amounts. And, we know, for instance, that the Neponset Rowing Club won their award for Parcel C on the basis of a bid that they made for Parcel B, first of all. And we've always wondered whether that's an appropriate method of responding to RFPs. That's one question that we have. Also, the rowing club bid, I believe their winning bid was $7,200, and even though it's closer than what we bid to 10,000, we bid initially 45 and then went to 55, and we were also discussing trying to get to 65.
All good to know. We're getting a little bit of far afield.
I know it's slightly off topic,
Yep,
but
yep,
I want to fill in the record.
Yep, no, I appreciate that.
Because this is the only chance we've had to actually say something.
Well, there's going to be more discussions going forward.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Wells. Mr. Wells, you're on mute.
A couple of points of clarification. I don't want to belabor this. The bid was $2,500, what they bid. Mr. Milano and I tried and tried. And to be honest, the Ponce Run Club bid on both B and C. And the committee decided to recommend to this board that we put them in Lot C because we felt that the yacht club would come to a bid closer to what they bid, which they never did. And for that reason, the committee voted to recommend to this board back in August, and as to why Mr. Milano never brought it forward, I don't know, to have them vacate. And it was from that the discussions were, because we knew boat storage would be important to them, was that there was still, from a fiduciary point of view, there was still and is still an interest to rent boat B for water-dependent usage, which is what has been the goal here all along. And then to then find an amenity, which is why I brought this before you tonight, to put them in Lot A. And as to any puddles, I have photos from last winter where the yacht club had both Lot A and Lot B packed with boats, trailers, and all other kinds of dinghies, whatever you could put in there, absolutely packed. So, understanding boat operations myself, we could, and you know this, you've been there, Mr. Milano knows this, Mr. Dennehy knows this. We could run this a lot better than it's being done, and still let the yacht club exist and have what they need to run. So, and I have a motion on the floor to create boat storage from October 1st to May 31st of 2024 with the parameters that I put in place that Mr. Milano has, and I encourage him to send. It's a simple one-page application, and that we move forward, but that we still entertain the RFP for Lot B as to any approvals we get for the 2024 season going forward. Thank you. I hope someone will second my motion.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay.
for discussion.
Motion's been made and seconded. I just want to know, it's not Mr. Milano's responsibility to suggest things for the agenda. That's the members. It's not Mr. Milano's responsibility to tell members of subcommittees what they're responsible for. That's up to them.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, Mr. Chair.
I just want to make
did
sure
not
that,
say
and I'm not suggesting, I just want to make sure that we all know that Mr. Milano's doing his job here. Mr. Zoll.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just on the motion on the floor, I'm not going to be voting in favor of it. I think, and I should say this, what we have here is a failure to communicate. It's very cheesy to say that, but it's absolutely true. We have not been communicated with on the select board about the processes that have been going on here, and I don't label them. Did I do that again? Oh, I had a good one-liner in there too. I'm not going to repeat it. But I think what we have not had communication from the Milton Landing Committee to this board about this proposal. So I'm not going to be voting in favor of it. I think we really need to ask the Landing Committee to go back and have an open and friendly discussion with the Milton Yacht Club about this winter. I'm a boater too, junior national champion M20. If I really want to get into it, I raced scows when I was a kid. And I appreciate very much folks' passion about the water and about their boats. It's October 24th, and we're just now being asked to talk about or approve motions about winter boat storage, which I find problematic. So it sounds to me like the yacht club is willing to pay some rent for the land over the course of the winter. I don't see why we need to look a gift horse in the mouth. We're not going to get money for that land in the next couple of months. So I would really like to encourage the Landing Committee to meet with the yacht club in good faith, return to us with some ideas about how to resolve this problem. I don't think we're going to resolve it tonight. It's already 10:30 and we've got like 10 other items on the agenda. But in the spirit of neighborly relations, let's figure out how we can make this work, at least over the winter. My hope is that the yacht club will be able to come back to us with some good ideas by the springtime in their negotiations with the Landing Committee. If not, then we can institute some policies for the next season. But it's October 24th, it's 10:31 p.m. I don't think that this is the right time or place to be making decisions about winter boat storage. And having heard tonight the assurances of the yacht club that they will continue to pay some rent, I'm okay with us receiving some rent and coming up with a real plan that we get from the Landing Committee about how to deal with this. And I appreciate very much that Mr. Wells has spent a lot of time on this. I haven't been privy to that work, and I look forward to being informed about it.
Let me make a suggestion, similar to what Mr. Zoll said, but I think we've had a good proposal, perhaps a good proposal from Mr. Wells. Be nice if we had a consensus on that. We had the yacht club on board, so I would say rather than delegating it to the Landing Committee, maybe we have the yacht club meet with Mr. Milano and Mr. Wells and try to flesh out this proposal for the winter, and then perhaps we can approve it at our next meeting. Does that sound? Mr. Wells, you see your hand up. Maybe you can tell me whether that makes sense at all.
I'm fine with that, Mr. Chair. Mr. Zoll, just to your point, I talked about this winter storage both when I came forward with the RFP for Lot B and when we voted on the RFP for Lot B. The committee was trying to find a way to still, even though they did not meet the request of the RFP, the financial request, so we were trying to find a way to allow them to have boat storage.
Very good.
So I'm fine with that, Mr. Chair. Mr. Milano and I can meet with him next week. We will work this out, find a way. But in the meantime, there will be answers to that RFP, and we're going to have to deal with that in the next meeting or two.
Absolutely. All right. So if that's the case, then should I assume the motion's withdrawn, and then we'll follow up on the 14th?
That's fine. I'll withdraw the motion for tonight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wells. And the next item, 15B, is the harbor master. Is that something that that we should discuss now, or we should similarly table for now? Mr. Wells.
I know Mr. Milano and Paige did a ton of work on this. This is something that the Personnel Board approved. As you and I know, this is something we worked on 3 years ago. The Personnel Board has approved it. I believe we allow Mr. Milano to move forward on it and see where it goes. Harbor masters are now covered under statute by the Commonwealth, the criteria on the training. Paige worked out all into it on us on a seasonal stipend job or an annual stipend job. I suggest we don't need to be able to let Mr. Milano work on it, come back and report to us how he makes out.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. All right, that sounds good. There's general consensus here to have Mr. Milano follow up on that as well. Okay. Anything else on the landing committee? Thank you, gentlemen. Sorry for the delay.
If you'd like to stick around another hour, you're welcome.
All right, item 16, discussion approval letter of support. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We need to go back to, we need to go backwards. Item 12, discussion update, Select Board Finance Committee report. I just want to note Ms. Bradley is significantly under the weather tonight, but is joining us regardless. So Ms. Bradley, fully understand if we want to defer on this, but the floor is yours if you want it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Before we jump to this, can I just ask I have my hand raised, but you missed it.
Oh, I'm
I just
sorry.
want to ask a question about the harbor master.
Yes.
With Nick going forward to look for it, does that mean that we're posting that job?
No, he's going to just look into it, and he's going to look into it.
Oh, okay.
We haven't approved
Thank you. I
anything.
just wanted to make sure because it wasn't in any of the budgets, which leads to the next thing. It wasn't in any of the budgets that we have so far. So, so I just wanted to know if we were what we were looking at.
Yep.
Mr.
Hold on. Now, Mr. Wells. Go ahead, Mr. Wells.
So I just want to comment.
Yep.
So the landing budget, with the revolving fund budget, would pay the money needed to pay us a part-time harbor master. It wouldn't have to go into a line item budget. It would be paid for out of that fund. Mr. Milano and Paige were aware of this. I think Paige argued that when she brought it before the Personnel Board and it was approved in 2022. So my thought, Mr. Chair, is to allow him to post it and come back to us with what his recommendations are. You don't need it. We will not need any money. No money's needed inside the 2024. What are we in? I'm lost. I'm so tired. In our existing, either this year or next year's fiscal budget, you would need no money for it because it's only a part-time seasonal position.
Ms. Musto.
Thank you. There was a gentleman that was sitting here tonight who said he was the harbor master.
It was many years ago before his going back to even when I was chief, when the law passed creating training for harbor masters. I know him very well. I respect him. His dad was chief, as mine was many years ago. He never met the criteria. We were notified by the Harbor Masters Council back in 2023 and it's been vacant since then. So Paige has done a good job with this. My suggestion is to let Nick post it, see what he gets, and then come back to the board.
Well, that's something different. So if we want to move forward with that, that's a little bit different than, that would take an action by the board, it seems to me.
Well, let me do this then. Let Nick come. I don't think we need to vote on it until he's ready to fill it.
Yes.
If he wants to go to the Finance Committee and explain to you how it's paid for,
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
That would be helpful.
That
If we're
sounds,
going to do this, we need someone who's going to manage this, and that's why the Personnel Board, as you call, Michael, in 2022, after long discussions and some great advice from Town Council, Paige created it, went to the Personnel Board, they approved it, and it was sitting there idle. Part of the reason is we didn't have any money, and it didn't want to put it in as a line item, and now we have enough money in the account that could pay the $10,000 annually.
thank you, Mr. Wells. I'm sorry for the sound. The
Thank you.
janitors are here. Our
Ready to
time
clean
is
up.
limited. They're ready to clean up. All right, so we'll bring that back on the 14th as well. Then. All right, now back to item 12, which is our Select Board Finance Committee report with Subpart A, the Economic Development Earmark Ms. Bradley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So as you alluded to, I am extremely not well, and so I am going to kick this over to Member Zoll, who is also a member of the Finance Committee and was at our last meeting, and also to Mr. Milano, who has more information regarding the, sorry, I can't find words.
Earmark?
I'm sorry, I'm going to kick it over to them.
You want to start with the earmark?
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, Ms. Bradley.
So one of the discussion items at the Finance Committee in our last meeting is we're thinking about both fiscal 25 and more of a long-term forecast for the town, and the conversation grew out as, in terms of diversifying the tax base a little bit better, what options are there available to us? And I had mentioned that the town has access to a state budget earmark for broadly economic development purposes. We're one of 7 communities with up to $1 million shared equally between us. And in speaking, after that meeting and speaking with Tim Zawinski, I think a first initial step might be kind of just a general, and this has been done in a number of communities, a general kind of market analysis to say, these commercial uses would fit in Milton in terms of there's market for it, and then talk about what locations might be good, and then engage the public in terms of and thinking about whether that's something the town are interested in and learning more about, or potentially, and then eventually moving to potential zoning. So as a very initial kind of first phase of using some of this money to kind of gauge both the market, gauge the town, and look at land use. And if that's something the board's open to, we can put together some procurement docs and try to get some pricing and bring back, both a better sense of what this might cost and who might be able to provide these services for the town.
If I may, and I'm so sorry, Aaron, that you're not feeling very well, and I hope that you have a quick recovery. Just on this very quickly, I don't think we need to spend a ton of time talking about it, because this is really just a question about, do we want to understand better about how we can potentially diversify our tax base, take the burden off of the shoulders of our property owners, and get some more commercial revenue in. If it's the state's providing us money to better understand how to do that, I think it makes a lot of sense to advance it. And like I said, I'd like us to wrap up before the custodial staff removes us along with the garbage. So that's all I'll say.
All right. Other comments or questions? This is on for discussion and update. Is there a consensus that we should move forward on this?
Yes.
No reason not to? Are we okay? All right. So we'll move forward with this. Anything else?
On item 13.
Mr. Zoll? Yes. Item 13?
Yeah,
Or item
which
12?
is also the
All right. So
Finance Committee.
let me make sure. Are we all set with item 12, Aaron?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're all set with that.
All right.
Nick and I will be working on some language around this and start to see what we can find out and come back and report.
Thank you, Aaron. Item 13, discussion approval of first reading of the OPEB policy. We have that in our packets. Is it Mr. Zoll?
Yes. Well, I can just quickly, just a quick procedural question for Mr. Milano on a time fashion. Everyone's got this in their packets, or you sent this around, today, the red line changes. This is just a reading of the red line changes, and we'll discuss it, but do we need to read the whole thing, or do we just need to read the red line changes?
No, first
Or do we-
reading
do we
means
have to read
first
anything?
airing of the policy
Okay.
and discussion. And what I can describe what the changes are from the existing policy,
Please.
and then that can kind of suffice. So
And just procedurally, we have a first reading. In order to adopt a policy, we have, under our policies, we have a first reading, and then we have a second reading.
Got it.
And then that's when we approve it. So, Mr. Milano, sorry.
Sure, thank you both. So we adopted an OPEB policy in January of 23, and it basically said, as we're approaching full funding of the Milton retirement system, we should begin to fund our OPEB, which is other post-employment benefits, primarily health insurance coverage for retirees. It's a long-term liability, meaning that we're not paying into it now for a future benefit that retirees earn. And our policy stated that once the retirement system reaches full funding, we'll take $2.5 million of the money that was going into the retirement system to get up to full funding and redirect it to this long-term liability, health insurance benefits, or OPEB, and the rest would accrue to the operating budget as a savings moving forward. As we hit full funding 2 years ahead of schedule, we had to bring that. The policy was set up to kind of evaluate on an annual basis as we got closer and closer to that date, just to figure out exactly what our plan was. And so that came up on us a little bit earlier than anticipated with full funding this year. And one of the things that came out of the discussion of the retirement board was the state was urging the retirement system to put away even more money into the retirement system to build up a reserve. So we're at 100% in terms of funding status. The state retirement board and our actuary was recommending us we get up to closer to 110%, 115% of those assets. In case of an economic downturn, retirement system loses a lot of money, needs to get back up to full funding. It would have a cushion before doing so. In thinking through that, we didn't think that was quite necessary, especially on the schedule that they wanted to do it. They wanted us to get up to that 110% over the next 5 years. So essentially, we would continue to pay the same amount into the retirement system, even though we were fully funded. So as we were thinking about that, we thought it made sense to kind of structure this OPEB policy a little bit differently by saying that we're going to set aside $2.5 million for our long-term liabilities, whether it's pension or it's OPEB. So if there are years where the retirement system needs additional money, we have $2.5 million set aside in our operating budget to pay for those expenses. If the retirement system is fully funded, the retirement system is not looking for any additional money, then the full $2.5 million can go to the OPEB liability. So that's the way this is now structured, and it actually will come into effect this year because the retirement board met today and voted to set a funding schedule to appropriate to have an additional $1 million go to the retirement system for the next couple of years to build up a little bit of a cushion. So that means, in actuality, if we're setting aside $2.5 million to our long-term liabilities in fiscal 25, $1 million will go to pension, and $1.5 million will go to OPEB. So it's going to come into play right away in the next year. The point is not that we spend $3.5 million on the long-term liabilities, but we stick on that $2.5 million target, and we fluctuate depending on what the needs are at that time. So that's how the policy is now structured, and with where the retirement board is, we'll see it kind of come into play immediately in fiscal 25 with these changes.
Thank you, Mr. Milano. So just as a quick editorial comment, to the extent that we go above that $2.5 million, every dollar of that is money that we can't use in the operating budget.
Right.
So this is a way to balance out those needs. Comments or questions? This isn't for approval. This is for a first read, so we can approve it. We can have a second read and approval on the 14th. Any comments or questions? Ms. Musto.
Thank you. There was one line in there about reviewing it every 5 years for the select board, I believe.
Yes.
Yes,
I'm wondering if we should do it maybe every 3 or something.
Yeah, so
5
I
seems
had
awfully
drafted
long.
the language a little bit. The way I had drafted was it shall review it regularly, reviewed on an occasional basis, no less than every 5 years. So at least every 5 years, if not more frequently. It was kind of a minimum of every 5 years, and I'm happy for that to be more frequent, less if that's the preference. I think that's okay.
I'm just wondering if it should be every 3, only because when you're doing your forecasts and things,
Yeah.
are you doing 3 or 5 years, and
Well,
the board changes, and it
actually,
might make more sense.
the retirement board sets its funding schedule for a 2-year schedule. So this funding
Okay.
schedule is now in place for 2 years. So maybe it should align with that kind of rhythm.
Probably.
Okay, so we
Agree
can
with
make that
that.
change.
Agree with that.
Make that change for the next meeting.
Anything else? All right, that'll be on the 14th. Thank you, Mr. Milano, Mr. Zoll, Ms. Bradley. Item 14, Affordable Housing Trust update.
I
Mr.
feel like I
Zoll.
provided that during the trustees.
All right. fair enough. I think we can all happily
Unless you'd
accept
like me to
that.
say the same thing again.
No, I think we can all happily accept that. Item 16, letter of support for the South Shore Regional Chamber of Commerce application for a regional economic development organization grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We have a letter that I believe Mr. Milano prepared. Mr. Milano, do you want to just tee that up?
Sure. This just an application for a grant program for the South Shore Regional Chamber of Commerce. Asked for our letter of support. I figured I could get a little bit of PR for them in doing so. And I'll just note that they did support the town's East Milton Overlay Zoning Initiative with a $10,000 grant last year. Certainly would want to support their application here.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to approve the letter of support for the South Shore Regional Chamber of Commerce application for a Regional Economic Development Organization grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto.
Yes.
Mr. Zoll.
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes.
Mr. Wells.
Yes.
And Mr. Zulish, yes. Item 17, discussion approval statement with respect to Israel, placement of Israeli flag in the Baron Hugo gazebo. Who wants to lead off on this?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Wells.
I didn't
Wells,
get
go ahead,
cut
sir.
out. Did you answer me? Because I didn't put my hand up.
Yeah,
I
sorry,
just
go
spoke.
ahead,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Wells. Can you hear me?
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. Now I can hear.
Oh, I
What did
said,
you
I'm
say?
sorry, I said go ahead.
Okay, so clearly, and as you and I know from being at the Temple last Friday night, this is clearly a very heated issue for this world, and this is truly a challenging time for our world. But I think that just as we did with Ukraine, I think that we should do as is being asked and hang a flag of the state of Israel from the Baron Hugo gazebo in the same manner that we did in Ukraine. I was in New York this weekend with many NYPD personnel, and it's very sad to see the violence and disruptions there. But I did notice many Israeli flags hanging in many buildings while I was there. So I think that, as you and I know, as we all know, this is not about a political decision. This is to support a country that was a victim of terror, and a victim of terror that has eliminated the lives of now over 2,000 family members, children, pregnant mothers, seniors, and so much. So I would make a motion that we hang the flag from the, I'm fine with however you want to do it. If you want to put an end on it, you can determine that. I just think that we should do it. Thank you.
I'll second that
So
motion.
we've got a motion made and seconded.
Do we want to have a specific number of days or weeks in the motion?
If we want that, we should include it in the motion.
Okay.
Want to do it for 30 days? How about 30 days, Mr. Zoll? Would that be all right?
Ms. Musto.
I have a question. I'm just wondering how long we did that with the Ukrainian flag. I
Don't
feel like it
remember.
was up quite a long time. So
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd necessarily want to do that. I would want to, I don't know. I mean, we didn't do that with the Ukrainian flag, I don't believe.
No, and
I'm fine then. Whatever. I think. Why don't we leave it to Mr. Milano
Well,
to
yeah,
determine
we'll
maybe
have
when it
to
comes down?
see, I think.
Ms. Bradley?
I was just wondering if it would be appropriate to put it up now and take it down at the end of November. I just picked that date. There's no reason why. But I also wanted to just tack on to what Mr. Wells just said, is that there's been a lot of innocent lives lost on all sides. Also those that are Palestinian, and I just want to also pray for them as well. Pray for all of those, because it's Hamas. It's not one side or another. It's innocent lives that are just being lost for no reason. And it's very sad to me that this is happening at this time. So I just wanted to, I'm sure that he meant all lives that were being lost, but I just wanted to specifically say that. As I read, I know Mr. Wells has worked with both Israelis and Palestinians, so I know that he deeply understands this. So I just wanted to say that. I have no notion on whether or not the flag should stay up for indefinitely or for a certain amount of time. It's whatever folks want to do. I just picked the end of November because it was more than 30 days, but less than forever. I just picked a date. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Mr. Zoll and then Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to suggest that maybe we set the end of the calendar year as a date. I feel like it's and I think we could revisit if we feel like it needs to, if we need to continue to fly it. And I appreciate very much everyone's comments so far. I want to say a couple of words because I too was at the temple here in Milton for this service. Unfortunately, that there is a reason that lives are being lost, and that reason is anti-Semitism. That reason is that Hamas, the mission of Hamas is the elimination of the Jewish people and the Jewish state. And so we need to make sure that remains front and center as we talk about this. It's not, we can certainly call it senseless, but we can't call it purposeless because there is unfortunately a very evil genocidal purpose to this. To the acts of terror that have struck the Israeli people and now to the human shields that Hamas is cowardly using to continue to perpetuate their mission of the elimination of the Israeli state. So I would very strongly recommend that we move to approve. I will back, and I would offer a friendly amendment of asking for the period of up through the end of the calendar year, December 31st, and leave us the option to continue to fly. If we feel that we need to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Zoll. That was a motion by Mr. Wells. So, Mr. Wells, do you accept that?
I really don't. I do, but I don't. Just a point of
Okay.
time frame. I believe, Mr. Malakachek, I believe the Rotary takes the gazebo from a good part of the month of December. They run that tree of memory. You can go to it.
Right.
They put that big tree there. So I kind of, had that not been the case, I would accept that from Mr. Zoll. I think I'm going to be inclined to go with what Ms. Bradley said. I think November 30th will be fine. And then if we need to revisit it in January, I think we should.
I appreciate that.
I hope that this is over by then. Ms. Bradley is correct. This is very personal to me. And I apologize not mentioning Mr. Zoll and Ms. Musto were there as well, and I know Ms. Bradley was there on heart. This is an issue that touches all humanity, and as I noted in my comments, I know it's like this is no different than the 9/11 hijackers on the marathon bombers. This is a radical ideology that wants to just eliminate human beings, and there's no tolerance for that. We only get one chance. By this time tomorrow night, who knows how many more people will be dead because of this war. And so I think if we go until November 30th, that would be because I am pretty sure, I know it's your first winter here, Mr. Zoll, that the Rotary gets that gazebo for most of December.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wells. That makes sense to me.
Ms. Musto.
Thank you. I appreciate all the comments from before, and I want to reiterate what Mr. Zoll said, because this is an attempt to eradicate a whole, it's like an ethnic cleansing, basically, of Jewish people in Israel. And the atrocities, I mean, nobody's really speaking about that, but I mean, when you hear the reports of what was being done and what is being done, it's barbaric, and this is terrorism. So I fully support this, and I think it would be nice if we had a statement as well. And the flag, I will donate the flag, so you have a flag.
So that's great, and I think we all join in the sentiments. So we have the motion on the flag, and then might I suggest on the statement, we need to draft something, and perhaps we can vote it on the 14th. And I'd be happy to try to maybe work with you.
Sure.
As would I.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so,
That'd be great.
And all of us. We can't all actually because we have an open meeting law issue. So if the two of you want to do it,
That would be wonderful.
okay.
Sure.
So why don't we have Mr. Zoll and Ms. Musto do that? All right. So we have a motion to approve the flying of the Israeli flag in the gazebo through November 30th, 2023. It's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto.
Yes.
Mr. Zoll.
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes.
Mr. Wells.
Yes.
And Mr. Zulish, yes. All right, and then with respect to the statement, it will be Mr. Zoll and Ms. Musto working together to present us with something on the 14th. Okay. Okay, great. Item 18, the Arbor Day proclamation.
Is it that time already?
No, it's not. Thank you, Mr.
Arbor
We,
Day.
Are you going to read it?
we missed doing the proclamation in April in order to maintain our Tree City status. We need to do something in this calendar year, asking for the board's approval of the said proclamation. And when we get around to Arbor Day again, we will have this teed up and have a little event like we typically try to do.
We're a tree town, not a tree city.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So that's the nature of the proclamation. If the board is interested in,
I'd like to
approving.
move that we approve the Arbor Day proclamation, Mr. Chair.
I will second that.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto.
Yes.
Mr. Zoll.
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes.
Mr. Wells.
Yes, sorry.
Mr. Zulish, yes. Item 19, board and committee appointments. Item 19A is our Milton Retirement Board.
I'll make a
Mr.
motion.
Chair, I'll make a motion to approve Joanna McCarthy to the Milton Retirement Board.
I'll second.
For a term to expire on July 31st.
Oh, sorry, yeah, go ahead. I'll
2024.
accept that.
That works.
I'm holding the regular agenda.
Okay, so the offer of an amendment through July 31st, 2024 is accepted. Motion's
Yes.
been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto.
Yes.
Mr. Zoll.
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes.
Mr. Wells.
Yes,
And Mr.
sorry,
Zulish,
yes,
yes.
faded, sorry.
Item 20, are we prepared to move forward on the minutes of September 5th and September 12th?
Sure.
All right.
I'll make a motion to approve the meetings of September 5th and
Wait,
September
hold
12th,
on. Ms.
2020.
Hold on, Ms. Bradley has her hand up. Ms. Bradley?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Nope, it's okay. I'm hoping that Mr. Milano will include a call for applications in his report,
Oh, okay, all right.
because
All
we
right.
missed it just then.
Yes, got it. All right, so sorry, Mr. Wells, go ahead.
So I made that note today.
Yeah,
I
I
make
think,
a motion to approve those meetings, September 5th and September 12th.
I will second.
motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto?
Yes.
Mr. Zoll?
Yes.
Ms. Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Wells?
Yes.
And Mr. Zulish, yes. Item 21, the Town Administrator's Report.
Thank you. Paige Eppolito, HR Director's last day in Milton will be Friday. She makes a transition to the town of Foxborough as their HR Director. Grateful for 8 years of service and wish her the very best of luck in Foxborough. Ms. Bradley's note about board and committee openings, we have plenty, certainly seeking volunteers. Please reach out, visit the town's website, which has our volunteer application as well as a listing of those boards and committees that are seeking members. And obviously, if you see anything or you're not sure what you might be interested in, please reach out. Happy to have a conversation. And Mr. Chair, that'll wrap it for me this evening.
Yes, and with respect to the Chair's report, I'll defer, given the late hour, until the next meeting.
I'll second that.
All right. Public comment response. Did we have any public comment?
We had Ms. Felton.
Oh, yeah,
about
Ms.
the-
Felton, yeah. So we'll follow up on that. With,
And I've spoken to her, I know you have, and I know Chase has been working with her as well.
And future meeting dates. We have Tuesday, November 14th, Tuesday, November 28th, Monday, December 4th, which is our town meeting date. And November 1st, we have a potential site visit with the Mass DOT at the intersection of Randolph Ave and Chickatawba. And I circulated, I believe, we received notice that Senator Timilty, who has worked very hard on this issue, has secured a meeting with the acting Secretary of Transportation, Ms. Monica Tibbetts-Nutt, and that is, I believe, on November 3rd. So we'll probably post for that date as well. Ms. Musto.
So thank you. Definitely, I wanted to do a shout out for Senator Timilty on this one because He has been trying for a long time to get a meeting of this sort, and I know that in his letter he referred to the fact that he had one with Gina Fiandaca before she left, then she left, and now we have one with the acting secretary. Just trying to see, so we're having 2 different meetings? We're having one on the Wednesday and one on the Friday? I just want to get some clarity, and are they both public? And, you know, how is the setup of
So
these?
if we're there, then they're public.
Yeah.
If we're all there, then they're public. And as far as I know, at this point, there are 2 separate ones, but Mr. Milano may have more.
Yes, that, as far as we know, they know that there are 2 separate meetings, but we are working to confirm that there's not some oversight and people were scheduling different things, but we will confirm and follow up just to, the meeting that we had requested is with some direct staff. So that might involve more of a kind of back and forth over the project and getting kind of in the nitty gritty of it. So that was the nature of that meeting, and that's what that meeting was supposed to be on the 1st. So I think it's a little bit of a different animal.
I would say the more meetings, the better. Mr. Zoll.
Mr. Chair, you are a glutton for punishment.
Well, yes, I don't mean that in a general sense, just with respect to Chickatawba, the more meetings, the
Absolutely.
better.
So and I also appreciate very much Senator Timmelty's work on this. Is the November 3rd one also a site visit, or is it just a conversation? It is also
Just a site visit.
Just a site visit, okay. I just want to flag that I most likely will not be able to attend the November 3rd meeting because of a work commitment, but I look forward to attending the November 1st meeting.
Great. All right. Ms. Musto, sorry.
So I just wanted for clarity, so the meeting on the 3rd is 9 o'clock?
The meeting on the 1st is.
I mean, sorry, the 1st, yes, the Wednesday.
Yes.
Right.
It's 9 o'clock site visit.
Correct.
And then afterwards, back at Town Hall.
Correct.
And then the 3rd is at 1, 2?
We don't have a time for
AM?
that. We don't
PM?
we don't
Do we
have a
know?
time for that one yet, I don't believe.
Hopefully not 2 a.m.
Yeah.
I'll confirm that. I thought I saw one, so I don't misspeak. I will confirm that for you.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's just at the site?
Yes,
There's nothing afterwards?
that's my understanding, correct.
Okay.
All right. Is item 25, is that something we want to move forward on?
Yes, if the
Okay.
board is
All
up
right.
for it.
But we want not to return to open session. So
Correct.
item 26, future agenda items, again, if anyone has anything, just send me an email. Item 25, executive session. I will move to enter into executive session to discuss strategy with respect to threatened litigation against the town based on my belief that discussion of this matter in open session may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the select board. The select board will not return to open session.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Ms. Musto,
Yes.
Mr. Zoll,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Wells,
Yes.
and Mr. Zulish, yes. Thank you, everyone, for soldiering through with us until this late hour, and we will see you again on November 14th, if not before. Thank you very much.